through the union of both prosperity and adversity, in man's life, there arise friendships and animosities. Thousands and thousands of existences are continually revolving, in respect of every jiva, and in every mode of jiva's existence these must occur. 1531. For this reason, be thou attached to good qualities of every kind, but never to faults. Such is the character of good qualities that if the most foolish person, bereft of every virtue, hears himself praised for any good quality, he becomes filled with joy. Virtue and sin exist, O king, only among men. These do not exist among creatures other than man. One should therefore, whether in need of food and other necessaries of life or transcending such need, be a virtuous disposition, acquire knowledge, always look upon all creatures as one's own self, and abstain totally from inflicting any kind of injury. When one's mind becomes divested of desire, and when all darkness is dispelled from it, it is then that one succeeds in obtaining what is auspicious. Section Xkvi. Parasara said, I have now discoursed to thee on what the ordinances are of the duties in respect of one that leads the domestic mode of life. I shall now speak to thee of the ordinances about penances. Listen to me as I discourse on the topic. It is generally seen, O king, that in consequence of sentiments fraught with rajas and dharmas, the sense of mum, born of attachment, springs up in the heart of the householder. Betaking oneself to the domestic mode of life, one acquires kind, feels, wealth of diverse kinds, spouses, children, and servants. One that becomes observant of this mode of life continually casts one's eye upon these objects. Under these circumstances, one's attachments and aversions increase, and one ceases to regard one's transitory possessions as eternal and indestructible. When a person becomes overwhelmed by attachment and aversion, and yields himself up to the mastery of earthly objects, the desire of enjoyment then seizes him, taking its rise from heedlessness, O king. Thinking that person to be blessed who has the largest share of enjoyments in this world, the man devoted to enjoyment does not, in consequence of his attachment thereto, see that there is any other happiness besides what waits upon the gratification of the senses. Overwhelmed with cupidity that results from such attachment, he then seeks to increase the number of his relatives and attendants, and for gratifying these latter he seeks to increase his wealth by every means in his power. Filled with affection for children, such a person commits, for the sake of acquiring wealth, acts that he knows to be evil, and gives way to grief if his wealth be lost. Having earned honours and always guarding against the defeat of his plans, he betakes himself to such means as would gratify his desire of enjoyment. At last he meets with destruction as the inevitable consequence of the conduct he pursues. It is well known, however, that true felicity is theirs that are endued with intelligence, that are utterers of the eternal Brahma, that seek to accomplish only acts that are auspicious and beneficial, and that abstain from all acts that are optional and spring from desire alone. 1532. From a loss of all such objects in which are centered our affections, from a loss of wealth, O king, and from the tyranny of physical diseases and mental anguish, a person falls into despair. From this despair arises an awakening of the soul. From such awakening proceeds study of the scriptures. From contemplation of the import of the scriptures, O king, one sees the value of penance. A person possessed of the knowledge of what is essential and what accidental, O king, is very rare. He, that is, who seeks to undergo penances, impressed with the truth that the happiness one derives from the possession of such agreeable objects as spouses and children leads ultimately to misery. 1533. Penances, O child, after all, they are ordained for even the lowest order of men, viz., Sudras. Penances set the self-restrained man having the mastery over all his senses on the way to heaven, It was through penances that the puissant Lord of all creatures, O King, observing vows at particular intervals, created all existent objects. The Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras, Agni, the Aswins, the Maruts, the Viswadevyas, the Sadhyas, the Pitras, the Maruts, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas and the other denizens of heaven, and, indeed, all other celestials whatever, O child, have all been crowned with success through their penances. Those Brahmanas whom Brahmana created at the outset succeeded through their penances in honouring not the earth alone but the heaven also, in which they roved at pleasure. In this world of mortals, they that are kings, and those others that are householders born in high families, have all become what they are only in consequence of their penances. 1534. The silken robes they wear, the excellent ornaments that adorn their persons, the animals and vehicles they ride, and the seats they use are all the result of their penances. The many charming and beautiful women, numbering by thousands, that they enjoy, and their residence in palatial mansions, are all due to their penances. Costly beds and divers kinds of delicious viands become theirs that act righteously. There is nothing in the three worlds, O scorcher of foes, that penances cannot attain. Even those that are destitute of true knowledge win renunciation as the consequence of their penances. 1535. Whether in affluent circumstances or miserable, a person should cast off cupidity, reflecting on the scriptures, with the aid of his mind and understanding, O best of kings. Discontent is productive of misery. Discontent is the result of cupidity. Cupidity leadeth to the stupefaction of the senses. The senses being stupefied, one's wisdom disappears like knowledge not kept up by continued application. When one's wisdom disappears, one fails to discriminate what is proper from what is improper. Hence, when one's happiness is destroyed, and one becomes subject to misery, one should practice the austerest of penances. 1536. That which is agreeable is called happiness. That which is disagreeable is said to be misery. When penances are practiced, the result is happiness. When they are not practiced, the result is misery. Behold the fruits of practicing and abstaining from penances. 1537. By practicing stainless penances, people always meet with auspicious consequences of every kind, enjoy all good things, and attain to great fame. 1538. He, however, who by abandoning stainless penances betakes himself to penances from desire of fruit, meets with many disagreeable consequences, and disgrace and sorrow of divers kinds, as the fruits thereof, all of which have worldly possessions for their cause. 1539. Notwithstanding the desirability of practicing righteousness, penances, and gifts, the wish springs up in his mind of accomplishing all kinds of forbidden acts. By thus perpetrating divers kinds of sinful acts, he goes to hell. 1540. That person, O best of men, who, in both happiness and misery, does not fall away from the duties ordained for him, is said to have the scriptures for his eye. It is said that the pleasure one derives from the gratification of one's senses of touch, tongue, sight, scent, and hearing, O monarch, lasts only so long as a shaft urged from the bow takes in falling down upon the earth. Upon the cessation of that pleasure, which is so short-lived, one experiences the most keen agony. It is only the senseless that do not applaud the felicity of emancipation that is unrivalled. Beholding the misery that attends the gratification of the senses, they that are possessed of wisdom cultivate the virtues of tranquility and self-restraint for the purpose of attaining to emancipation. In consequence of their righteous behavior, wealth and pleasure can never succeed in afflicting them. 1541. Householders may, without any compunction, enjoy wealth and other possessions that are obtained without exertion. As regards, however, the duties of their order that are laid down in the scriptures, these, I am of opinion, they should discharge with the aid of exertion. 1542. The practice of those that are honored, that are born in high families, and that have their eyes always turned towards the import of the scriptures, is incapable of being followed by those that are sinful and that are possessed of unrestrained minds. All acts that are done by man under the influence of vanity meet with destruction. Hence, for them that are respectable and truly righteous, there is no other act in this world to do than penance. 1543. As regards those householders, however, that are addicted to acts, they should, with their whole hearts, set themselves to acts. Following the duties of their order, O King, they should with cleverness and attention perform sacrifices and other religious rites. Indeed, as all rivers, male and female, have their refuge in the ocean, even so men belonging to all the other orders have their refuge in the householder. Section XVII. Janaka said, Whence, O great Rishi, does this difference of colour arise among men belonging to the different orders? I desire to know this. Tell me this, O foremost of speakers. The Srutis say that the offspring one begets are one's own self. Originally sprung from Brahmana, all the inhabitants of the earth should have been Brahmanas. Sprung from Brahmanas, why have men betaken themselves to practices distinguished from those of Brahmanas? Parasara said, It is as thou sayest, O King. The offspring procreated and none else than the procreator himself. In consequence, however, of falling away from penance, this distribution into classes of different colours has taken place. When the soil becomes good and the seed also is good, the offspring produced become meritorious. If, however, the soil and seed become otherwise or inferior, the offspring that will be born will be inferior. They that are conversant with the scriptures know that when the Lord of all creatures set himself to create the worlds, some creatures sprang from his mouth, some from his arms, some from his thighs, and some from his feet. They that thus sprang from his mouth, O child, came to be called Brahmanas. They that sprang from his arms were named Kshatriyas. They, O king, that sprang from his thighs were the wealthy class called the Vaisyas. And, lastly, they that were born of his feet were the serving class, viz., the Sudras. Only these four orders of men, O monarch, were thus created. They that belong to classes over and other than these are said to have sprung from an intermixture of these. The Kshatriyas called Daratas, Amvashthas, Ugras, Vedas, Swapakas, Pakusas, Tenas, Nishadas, Sutas, Magadas, Ayogas, Karanas, Vraityas, and Chandlas, O monarch, have all sprung from the four original orders by intermixture with one another. Janaka said, When all have sprung from Brahmana alone, how came human beings to have diversity in respect of race? O best of ascetics, an infinite diversity of races is seen in this world. How could men devoted to penances attain to the status of Brahmanas, though of indiscriminate origin? Indeed, those born of pure wombs and those of impure, all became Brahmanas. Parasara said, O king, the status of high-souled persons that succeeded in cleansing their souls by penances could not be regarded as affected by their low births. Great Rishis, O monarch, by begetting children in indiscriminate wombs, conferred upon them the status of Rishis by means of their power of asceticism. My grandfather Vasishta, Rishi Asaringa, Kasyapa, Veda, Dandya, Kripa, Kakshavat, Kamathka, and others, and Yavkrita, O king, and Drona, that foremost of speakers, and Ayu, and Matamga, and Dita, and Drupada, and Matsya, all these, O ruler of the Vedas, obtained their respective positions through penance as the means. Originally only 4 Gotras, races, arose, O monarch, viz., Angiras, Kasyapa, Vasishta, and Bhrigu. In consequence of acts and behavior, O ruler of men, many other Gotras came into existence in time. The names of those Gotras have been due to the penances of those that have founded them. Good people use them. Janaka said, Tell me, O Holy One, the especial duties of the several orders. Tell me also what their common duties are. Thou art conversant with everything. Parasara said, Acceptance of gifts, officiation at the sacrifices of others, and the teaching of pupils, O king, are the especial duties of the Brahmanas. The protection of the other orders is proper from the Kshatriya. Agriculture, cattle rearing, and trade are the occupations of the Vaisyas, while service of the 3 regenerate classes is the occupation, O king, of the Sudras. I have now told thee what the especial duties are of the 4 orders, O monarch. Listen now to me, O child, as I tell thee what the common duties are of all the 4 orders. Compassion, abstention from injury, heedfulness, giving to others what is due to them, saradas in honor of deceased ancestors, hospitality to guests, truthfulness, subjugation of wrath, contentedness with one's own wedded wives, purity, both internal and external, freedom from malice, knowledge of self, and renunciation. These duties, O king, were common to all the orders. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, these are the 3 regenerate orders. All of them have an equal right to the performance of these duties, O foremost of men. These 3 orders, betaking themselves to duties other than those laid down for them, come to grief, O monarch, and fall down from their own status, even as they go up and acquire great merit by taking for their model some righteous individual of the respective classes who is duly observant of his own duties. The Sudra never falls down by doing forbidden acts, nor is he worthy of any of the rights of regeneration. The course of duties flowing from the Vedas is not his. He is not interdicted, however, from practicing the 3 and 10 duties that are common to all the orders. O ruler of the Vedas, Brahmanas learned in the Vedas, O monarch, regard a virtuous Sudra as equal to Brahmana himself. I, however, O king, look upon such a Sudra as the effulgent Vishnu of the universe, the foremost one in all the worlds. 1544 persons of the lowest order, desiring to exterminate the evil passions of lust and wrath, etc., may betake themselves to the observance of the conduct of the good, and, indeed, while so acting, they may earn great merit by performing all rites that lead to advancement, emitting the mantras that are utterable by the other orders while performing the self-same ceremonies. Wherever persons of the lowest order adopt the behavior of the good, they succeed in attaining to happiness, in consequence of which they are able to pass their time in felicity both here and hereafter. Janaka said, O great ascetic, is man stained by his acts, or is he stained by the order or class in which he is born? A doubt has arisen in my mind. It behoveth thee to expound this to me. Parasara said, Without doubt, O king, both, viz., acts and birth, are sources of a demerit. Listen now to their difference. That man who, though stained by birth, does not commit sin, abstains from sin notwithstanding birth and acts. If, however, a person of superior birth perpetrates censurable acts, such acts stain him. Hence, of the 2, viz., acts and birth, acts stain man more than birth. 1545. Janaka said, What are those righteous acts in this world, O best of all regenerate persons, the accomplishment of which does not inflict any injury upon other creatures? Parasara said, Hear from me, O monarch, about what thou askest me, viz., those acts free from injury which always rescue man. Those who, keeping aside their domestic fires, have dissociated themselves from all worldly attachments, become freed from all anxieties. Gradually ascending step by step, in the path of yoga, they at last behold the stage of highest felicity, viz., emancipation. 1546. Endued with faith and humility, always practicing self-restraint, possessed of keen intelligence, and abstaining from all acts, they attain to eternal felicity. All classes of men, O King, by properly accomplishing acts that are righteous, by speaking the truth, and by abstaining from unrighteousness, in this world, ascend to heaven. In this there is no doubt. Section XVII. Parasaras said, the sires, the friends, the preceptor, and the spouses of the preceptors of men that are destitute of devotion are unable to give to those men the merits that attach to devotion. Only they that are firmly devoted to such seniors, that speak what is agreeable to them, that seek their welfare, and that are submissive to them in behavior, can obtain the merit of devotion. The sire is the highest of deities with his children. It is said that the sire is superior to the mother. The attainment of knowledge is regarded as the highest acquisition. They that have subjugated the objects of the senses, by attainment of knowledge, acquire what is highest, viz., emancipation. That Kshatriya prince who, repairing to the field of battle, receives wounds amid fiery shafts flying in all directions and burns therewith, certainly repairs to regions that are unattainable by the very deities and, arrived there, enjoys the felicity of heaven in perfect contentment. A Kshatriya should not, O King, strike one that is fatigued, or one that is frightened, or one that has been disarmed, or one that is weeping, or one that is unwilling to fight, or one that is unequipped with mail and cars and horse and infantry, or one that has ceased to exert oneself in the fight, or one that is ill, or one that cries for quarter, or one that is of tender years, or one that is old. A Kshatriya should, in battle, fight one of his order who is equipped with mail and cars and horse and infantry, who is ready for exertion and who occupies a position of equality. Death at the hands of one that is equal or of a superior is laudable, but not that at the hands of one that is low, or of one that is a coward, or of one that is a wretch. This is well known. Death at the hands of one that is sinful, or of one that is of low birth and wicked conduct, O King, is inglorious and leads to hell. One whose period of life has run out cannot be rescued by anybody. Similarly, one whose period of life has not been exhausted can never be slain by anyone. 1547. One should prevent one's affectionate seniors from doing unto one, for one's benefit, such acts as are done by menials, as also all such acts as are fraught with injury to others. One should never desire to extend one's own life by taking the lives of others. 1548. When they lay down their lives, it is laudable for all householders observant of the duties of men living in sacred places to lay down their lives on the banks of sacred streams. 1549. When one's period of life becomes exhausted, one dissolves away into the 5 elements. Sometimes this occurs suddenly, through accidents, and sometimes it is brought about by natural causes. 1550. He who, having obtained a body, brings about its dissolution, in a sacred place by means of some inglorious accident, becomes invested with another body of a similar kind. Though set on the path of the emancipation, he yet becomes a traveller and attains to another body like a person repairing from one room into another. 1551. In the matter of such a man's attainment of a second body, notwithstanding his death in a sacred spot, the only cause is his accidental death. There is no second cause. That new body which embodied creatures obtain, in consequence of the accidental character of their deaths in sacred places, comes into existence and becomes attached to Rudras and Pisachas. 1552. Learned men, conversant with the Dhyatma, say that the body is a conglomeration of arteries and sinews and bones and much repulsive and impure matter and a compound of primal essences and the senses and objects of the senses born of desire, all having an outer cover of skin close to them. Destitute, in reality, of beauty and other accomplishments, this conglomeration, through force of the desires of a previous life, assumes a human form. 1553. Abandoned by the owner, the body becomes inanimate and motionless. Indeed, when the primal ingredients return to their respective natures, the body mingles with the dust caused by its union with acts. This body reappears under circumstances determined by its acts. Indeed, O ruler of the Vedas, under whatever circumstances this body meets with dissolution, its next birth, determined by those circumstances, is seen to enjoy and endure the fruits of all its past acts. Jiva, after dissolution of the body it inhabited, does not, O king, take birth in a different body immediately. It roves through the sky for some time like a spacious cloud. Obtaining a new receptacle, O monarch, it then takes birth again. The soul is above the mind. The mind is above the senses. Mobile creatures, again, are foremost of all created objects. Of all mobile creatures, those that have 2 legs are superior. Amongst 2-legged creatures, those that are regenerate are superior. Amongst those that are regenerate, they that are possessed of wisdom are superior. Amongst them that are possessed of wisdom, they that have succeeded in acquiring a knowledge of the soul are superior. Amongst those that are possessed of a knowledge of the soul, they that are endued with humility are superior. Death follows birth in respect of all men. This is settled. Creatures, influenced by the attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, pursue acts which have an end. 1554. That man is regarded as righteous who meets with dissolution when the sun is in the northern declension, and at a time and under a constellation, both of which are sacred and auspicious. He is righteous who, having cleansed himself of all sins and accomplished all his acts according to the best of his power, and having abstained from giving pain to any man, meets with death when it comes. The death that one meets with by taking poison, by hanging, by burning, at the hands of robbers, and at the teeth of animals, is said to be an inglorious one. 1555. Those men that are righteous never incur such a similar deaths, even if they be afflicted with mental and physical diseases of the most agonizing kind. The lives of the righteous, O king, piercing through the sun, ascend into the regions of Brahma. The lives of those that are both righteous and sinful rove in the middle regions. The lives of those that are sinful sink into the lowest depths. There is only one foe of man, and not another. That foe is identifiable with ignorance, O king. Overwhelmed by it, one is led to perpetrate acts that are frightful and exceedingly cruel. That foe for resisting which one should put forth one's power by waiting upon the aged according to the duties laid down in the Srutis, that foe which cannot be overcome except by steady endeavors, meets with destruction, O king, only when it is crushed by the shafts of wisdom. 1556. The man desirous of achieving merit should at first study the Vedas and observe penances, becoming a Brahmacharin. He should next, entering the domestic mode of life, perform the usual sacrifices. Establishing his race, he should then enter the forest, restraining his senses, and desirous of winning emancipation. One should never emasculate oneself by abstaining from any enjoyment. Of all births, the status of humanity is preferable even if one has to become a chandler. Indeed, O monarch, That order of birth, viz., humanity, is the foremost, since by becoming a human being one succeeds in rescuing oneself by meritorious acts. Men always perform righteous acts, O Lord, guided by the authority of the Srutis, so that they may not fall away from the status of humanity. That man who, having attained to the status of humanity that is so difficult of attainment, indulges in malice, disregards righteousness and yields himself up to desire, is certainly betrayed by his desires. 1557. That man who looks upon all creatures with eyes guided by affection, regarding them worthy of being cherished with loving aid, who disregards all kinds of wealth, who offers them consolation, gives them food, addresses them in agreeable words, and who rejoices in their happiness and grieves in their griefs, has never to suffer misery in the next world. Repairing to the Saraswati, the Naimisha woods, the Pushkara waters, and the other sacred spots on earth, one should make gifts, practice renunciation, render one's aspect amiable, O king, and purify one's body with baths and penances. Those men who meet with death within their houses should have the rites of cremation performed upon their persons. Their bodies should be taken to the crematorium on vehicles, and there they should be burnt according to the rites of purification that have been laid down in the scriptures. Religious rites, beneficial ceremonies, the performance of sacrifices, officiation at the sacrifices of others, gifts, the doing of other meritorious acts, the performance, according to the best of one's power, of all that has been ordained in the case of one's deceased ancestors, all these one does for benefiting one's own self. The Vedas with their 6 branches, and the other scriptures, O king, have been created for the good of him who is of stainless acts. Bhishma continued, all this was said by that Hysule sage unto the ruler of the Vedas, O king, in days of old for his benefit. Section 6. Bhishma said, once again Janaka, the ruler of Mithila, questioned the Hysule Parasara endued with certain knowledge in respect of all duties. Janaka said, what is productive of good? What is the best path for living creatures? What is that which being accomplished is never destroyed? What is that spot repairing whither one has not to come back? Tell me all this, O thou of high intelligence. Parasara said, dissociation from attachments is the root of what is good. 1558. Knowledge is the highest path. Penances practiced are never destroyed, gifts also, made to deserving persons, and not lost. When one, breaking the bonds of sin, begins to take pleasure in righteousness, and when one makes that highest of all gifts, viz., the pledge of harmlessness unto all creatures, then does one achieve success. He who gives away thousands of kine and hundreds of horses to deserving persons, and who gives unto all creatures the pledge of harmlessness, receives in return the pledge of harmlessness from all. One may live in the midst of all kinds of wealth and enjoyment, yet, if blessed with intelligence, one does not live in them, while he that is destitute of intelligence lives wholly in objects of enjoyment that are even unsubstantial. 1559. Sin cannot attach to a man of wisdom even as water cannot drench the leaves of the lotus. Sin adheres more firmly to him who is without attachment even as lac and wood adhere firmly to each other. Sin, which cannot be extinguished except by endurance of its fruits, never abandons the doer. Verily, the doer, when the time comes, has to endure the consequences arising from it. 1560. They, however, that are of cleansed souls and that realize the existence of Brahma, are never afflicted by the fruits of their acts. Heedless in respect of one's senses of knowledge and of action, one that is not conscious of one's wicked acts, and whose heart is attached to both good and bad, becomes afflicted with great fear. one who at all times becomes entirely freed from attachments and who completely subjugates the passion of wrath, is never stained by sin even if he lives in the enjoyment of worldly objects. As a dike built across a river, if not washed away, causes the waters thereof to swell up, even so the man who, without being attached to objects of enjoyments, creates the dike of righteousness whose materials consist of the imitations set down in the scriptures, has never to languish. On the other hand, his merits and penances increase. As the pure gem, called Suryakanta, absorbs and attracts to itself the rays of the sun, even so, O tiger among kings, does yoga proceed by help of concentrated attention. 1561. As sesame seeds, in consequence of their repeated intermingling with fragrant flowers, become in respect of quality very agreeable, even so the quality of sattva arises in men in proportion to the measure of their association with persons of cleansed souls. 1562. When one becomes desirous of dwelling in heaven, one casts off one's spouses and wealth and rank and vehicles and diverse kinds of good acts. Indeed, when one attains to such a frame of mind, one's understanding is said to be dissociated from the objects of the senses. That man, on the other hand, who, with understanding attached to the objects of the senses, becomes blind to what is for his real good, is dragged to his ruin by his heart which runs after all worldly objects, like a fish dragged to its ruin by the bait of meat. Like unto the body that is made up of different limbs and organs, all mortal creatures exist depending upon one another. They are as destitute of vigor as the pith of the banana plant. Left to themselves, they sink in the world's ocean like a boat, made of weak materials. There is no fixed time for the acquisition of righteousness. Death waits for no man. When man is constantly running towards the jaws of death, the accomplishment of righteous acts is proper at all times. Like a blind man who, with attention, is capable of moving about his own house, the man of wisdom, with mind set on yoga, succeeds in proceeding along the track he should follow. 1563. It has been said that death arises in consequence of birth. Birth is subject to the sway of death. One unacquainted with the course of the duties of emancipation revolves like a wheel between birth and death, unable to free oneself from that fate. One who walketh along the track recommended by the understanding earns happiness both here and hereafter. The diverse are fraught with misery, while the few are productive of happiness. Fruits are represented by the not sola said to constitute the diverse. Renunciation is said to constitute the fuel that is productive of the soul's happiness. 1564. As the lotus stalk quickly leaves the mire attached to it, even so the soul can speedily cast off the mind. 1565. It is the mind that at first inclines the soul to yoga. The latter then merges the former into itself. When the soul achieves success in yoga, it then beholds itself uninvested with attributes. 1566. Engaged amid the objects of the senses, one who regards such engagement to be one's employment falleth away from one's true employment in consequence of such devotion to those objects. The soul of the wise man attains, through its righteous acts, to a state of high felicity in heaven, while that of the man who is not possessed of wisdom sinks very low or obtains birth among intermediate creatures. As a liquid substance, if kept in a baked earthen vessel, does not escape therefrom but remains undiminished, after the same manner one's body with which one has undergone austerities enjoys, without rejecting, all objects of enjoyment, up to what are contained in the region of Brahma himself. Verily, that man who enjoys worldly objects can never be emancipated. That man, on the other hand, who casts off such objects in this world succeeds in enjoying great happiness hereafter. Like one afflicted with congenital blindness and, therefore, incapable of seeing his way, the sensualist, with soul confined in an opaque case, seems to be surrounded by a mist and fails to see the true object for which he should strive. As merchants, going across the sea, make profits proportioned to their capital, even so creatures, in this world of mortals, attain to ends according to their respective acts. Like a snake devouring air, death wanders in this world made up of days and nights in the form of a decrepitude and devours all creatures. A creature, when born, enjoys or endures the fruits of acts done by him in his previous lives. There is nothing agreeable or disagreeable which one enjoys or endures without its being the result of the acts one has done in one's previous lives. Whether lying or proceeding, whether sitting idly engaged in his occupations, in whatever state a man may be, his acts of past lives, good or bad, always approach him. One that has attained to the other shore of the ocean wishes not to cross the main for returning to the shore whence he had sailed. 1567. As the fisherman, when he wishes, raises with the help of his cord his boat sunk in the waters of a river or lake, after the same manner the mind, by the aid of yoga contemplation, raises jiva sunk in the world's ocean and unemancipated from consciousness of body. 1568. As all rivers running towards the ocean unite themselves with it, even so the mind, when engaged in yoga, becomes united with primal prakriti. 1569. Men whose minds become bound by diverse chains of affection, and who are engulfed in ignorance, meet with destruction like houses of sand in water. 1570. That embodied creature who regards his body as only a house and purity, both external and internal, as its sacred water, and who walks along the path of the understanding, succeeds in attaining to happiness both here and hereafter. 1571. The diverse are productive of misery, while the few are productive of happiness. The diverse are the fruits represented by the not-soul. Renunciation, which is identical with few, is productive of the soul's benefit. 1572. One's friends who spring up from one's determination, and one's kinsmen whose attachment is due to selfish reasons. One's spouses and sons and servants only devour one's wealth. Neither the mother nor the father can confer the slightest benefit upon one in the next world. Gifts constitute the diet upon which one can subsist. Indeed, one must have to enjoy the fruits of one's own acts. 1573. The mother, the son, the sire, the brother, the wife, and friends are like lines traced with gold by the side of gold itself. 1574. All acts, good and bad, done in past lives come to the doer. Knowing that everything one enjoys or endures at present is the result of the acts of past lives, the soul urges the understanding on different directions, so that it may act in such a way as to avoid all unpleasant fruits. Relying on earnest endeavor, and equipped with proper aids, he who sets himself to accomplish his tasks never meets with failure. As the rays of light never abandon the sun, even so prosperity never abandons one who is endued with undoubting faith. That act which a man of stainless soul does with faith and earnestness, with the aid of proper means, without pride, and with intelligence, becomes never lost. A creature obtains from the very time of his abode in the mother's womb all his own acts, good and bad, that were achieved by him in his past lives. Death, which is irresistible, aided by time which brings about the destruction of life, leads all creatures to their end like wind scattering the dust of sawed timber. 1575. Through acts good and bad performed by himself in his past lives, Man obtains gold and animals and spouses, and children, and honor of birth, and possessions of value, and his entire affluence. Bhishma continued, thus addressed conformably to the truth by the sage Janaka, that foremost of righteous persons, O king, heard everything there. Rishi said and obtained great happiness from it. Section CCC. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, learned men praise truth, self-restraint, forgiveness, and wisdom. What is thy opinion of these virtues? Bhishma said, in this connection I shall recite to thee an old narrative, O Yudhishthira, of the discourse between the Sadhyas and a swan. Once on a time the unborn and eternal Lord of all creatures, viz., Brahman, assuming the form of a golden swan, wandered through the three worlds till in course of his wanderings he came upon the Sadhyas. The Sadhyas said, O Lord, we are the deities called Sadhyas. We like to question thee. Indeed, we would ask thee about the religion of emancipation. Thou art well acquainted with it. We have heard, O bird, that thou art possessed of great learning, and eloquent and wise of speech. O bird, what dost thou think is the highest of all objects? O high-souled one, in what does thy mind find pleasure? Do thou, therefore, O foremost of birds, instruct us as to what that one act is which thou regardest as the foremost of all acts, and by doing which, O chief of the feathery creation, one may soon be freed from all bonds. The swan said, Ye who have drunk come writer, I have heard that one should have recourse to these, viz., penances, self-restraint, truth, and subjugation of the mind. Untying all the knots of the heart, one should also bring under one's control both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable. 1576. One should not wound the vitals of others. One should not be an utterer of cruel speeches. One should never take scriptural lectures from a person that is mean. One should never utter such words as inflict pain on others, as cause others to burn with misery, and as lead to hell. Wordy shafts fall from the lips. Pierced therewith one, to whom they are directed, burns incessantly. Those shafts do not strike any part other than the very vitals of the person named. Hence he that is possessed of learning should never aim them at others. If a person deeply pierces a man of wisdom with wordy shafts, the wise man should then adopt peace, without giving way to wrath. The man who, though sought to be angered, rejoices without yielding to anger, taketh away from the provoker all his merits. That man of righteous soul, who, full of joy and freed from malice, subdues his blazing wrath which, if indulged, would lead him to speak ill of others and verily become his foe, takes away the merits of others. As regards myself, I never answer when another speaks ill of me. If assailed, I always forgive the assault. The righteous are of opinion that forgiveness and truth and sincerity and compassion are the foremost of all virtues. Truth is the arcanum of the Vedas. The arcanum of truth is self-restraint. The arcanum of self-restraint is emancipation. This is the teaching of all the scriptures. I regard that person to be Brahmana and Muni who subjugates the rising impulse of speech, the impulse of wrath appearing in the mind, the impulse of thirst after unworthy things, and the impulses of the stomach and the organ of pleasure. One who does not yield to wrath is superior to one who does. One who practices renunciation is superior to one who does not. One who possesses the virtues of manhood is superior to one who has them not. One who is endued with knowledge is superior to one who is destitute of it. Assailed with harsh speeches one should not assail in return. Indeed, one who, under such circumstances, renounces wrath, succeeds in burning the assailant and taking away all his merits. 1577. That person who when assailed with harsh speeches does not utter a harsh word in reply, who in praise does not utter what is agreeable to him that praises, who is endued with such fortitude as not to strike in return when struck, and not to even wish evil to the striker, finds his companionship always coveted by the gods. He that is sinful should be forgiven as if he were righteous, by one that is insulted, struck, and calumniated. By acting in this way one attains to success. Though all my objects have been fulfilled, yet I always wait reverentially on those that are righteous. I have no thirst. My wrath hath been suppressed. Seduced by covetousness, I do not fall away from the path of righteousness. I do not also approach any one with solicitations for wealth. 1578. If cursed, I do not curse in return. I know that self-restraint is the door of immortality. I disclose unto you a great mystery. There is no status that is superior to that of humanity. Freed from sin like the moon from murky clouds, the man of wisdom, shining in resplendence, attains to success by patiently waiting for his time. A person of restrained soul, who becomes the object of adoration withal by becoming the foremost of the supporting pillars of the universe, and towards whom only agreeable words are spoken by all, attains to the companionship of the deities. Revilers never come forward to speak of the merits of a person as they speak of his demerits. That person whose speech and mind are properly restrained and always devoted to the Supreme, succeeds in attaining to the fruits of the Vedas, penances, and renunciation. The man of wisdom should never revile, in return, those that are destitute of merit, by uttering their dispraise and by insults. He should not extol others, being extolled by them, and should never injure themselves. The man endued with wisdom and learning regards revilement as nectar. Reviled, he sleeps without anxiety. The reviler, on the other hand, meets with destruction. The sacrifices that one performs in anger, the gifts one makes in anger, the penances one undergoes in anger, and the offerings and libations one makes to the sacred fire in anger, are such that their merits are robbed by armor. The toil of an angry man becomes entirely fruitless. Ye foremost of immortals, that person is said to be conversant with righteousness whose four doors, viz., the organ of pleasure, the stomach, the two arms, and speech, are well restrained. That person who, always practicing truth and self-restraint and sincerity and compassion and patience and renunciation, becomes devoted to the study of the Vedas, does not covet what belongs to others, and pursues what is good with a singleness of purpose, succeeds in attaining to heaven. Like a calf sucking all the four teats of its dams udders, one should devote oneself to the practice of all these virtues. I do not know whether anything exists that is more sacred than truth. Having roved among both human beings and the deities, I declare it that truth is the only means for reaching heaven, even as a ship is the only means for crossing the ocean. A person becomes like those with whom he dwells, and like those whom he reverences, and like to what he wishes to be. If a person waits with reverence on him who is good or him who is otherwise, if he waits with reverence on a sage possessed of ascetic merit or on a thief, passes under his way and catches his hue like a piece of cloth catching the dye in which it is steeped. The deities always converse with those that are possessed of wisdom and goodness. They, therefore, never entertain the wish for even seeing the enjoyments in which men take pleasure. The person who knows that all objects of enjoyment, which human beings cherish, are characterized by vicissitudes, has few rivals, and is superior to the very moon and the wind. 1579. When the pure soul that dwells in one's heart is unstained, and walks in the path of the righteous, the gods take a pleasure in him. The gods from a distance cast off those that are always devoted to the gratification of their organs of pleasure and stomach, that are addicted to thieving, and that always indulge in harsh speeches, even if they expiate their offences by performing the proper rites. The gods are never pleased with one of mean soul, with one who observes no restrictions in the matter of food, and with one who is of sinful deeds. On the other hand, the gods associate with those men that are observant of the vow of truth, that are grateful, and that are engaged in the practice of righteousness. Silence is better than speech. To speak the truth is better than silence. Again, to speak truth that is connected with righteousness is better than to speak the truth. To speak that which, besides being true and righteous, is agreeable, is better than to speak truth connected with righteousness. The Satyrs said, "By what is this world governed? For what reason does one fail to shine? For what cause do people cast off their friends? For what reason do people fail to attain to heaven?" The Swan said, "The world is enveloped by the darkness of ignorance. Men fail to shine in consequence of malice. People cast off friends, induced by covetousness. Men fail to attain to heaven in consequence of attachment." The Satyrs said, "Who alone among the Brahmanas is always happy? Who alone amongst them can observe the vow of silence though dwelling in the midst of many? Who alone amongst them, though weak, is still regarded as strong? And who alone amongst them does not quarrel?" The Swan said, "He alone amongst the Brahmanas that is possessed of wisdom is always happy. He alone amongst the Brahmanas that is possessed of wisdom succeeds in observing the vow of silence, though dwelling in the midst of many. He alone amongst the Brahmanas who is possessed of wisdom, though actually weak, is regarded as strong. He alone amongst them that has wisdom succeeds in avoiding quarrel." 1580. The Satyrs said, "In what consists the divinity of the Brahmanas? In what their purity? In what their impurity? And in what their status of humanity?" The Swan said, "In the study of the Vedas is the divinity of the Brahmanas. In their vows and observances is their purity. In obloquy is their impurity. In death is their humanity." 1581. Bhishma continued, "Thus have I recited to thee excellent narrative of the discourse between the Satyrs and the Swan. The body, both gross and subtle, is the origin of acts, and existence or jiva is truth." Section CCCI. Yudhishthira said, "It behoveth thee to explain to me, O sire, what the difference is between the Sankhya and the Yoga system of philosophy. O foremost one of Kuru's race, everything is known to thee, O thou that art conversant with all duties." Bhishma said, "The followers of Sankhya praise the Sankhya system, and those regenerate persons that are yogins praise the Yoga system. For establishing the superiority of their respective systems, each calls his own system to be the better. Men of wisdom devoted to yoga assign proper and very good reasons, O crusher of foes, for showing that one that does not believe in the existence of God cannot attain to emancipation. Those regenerate persons, again, that are believers in the Sankhya doctrines advance good reasons for showing that one, by acquiring true knowledge of all ends, becomes dissociated from all worldly objects, and, after departing from this body, it is plain, becomes emancipated, and that it cannot be otherwise. Men of great wisdom have thus expounded the Sankhya philosophy of emancipation. When reasons are thus balanced on both sides, those that are assigned on that side which one is otherwise inclined to adopt as one's own, should be accepted. Indeed, those words that are said on that side should be regarded as beneficial. Good men may be found on both sides. Persons like thee may adopt either opinion. The evidences of yoga are addressed to the direct ken of the senses. Those of Sankhya are based on the scriptures. Both systems of philosophy are approved by me, O Yudhishthira. Both those systems of science, O king, have my concurrence and are concurred in by those that are good and wise. If practiced duly according to the instructions laid down, both would, O king, cause a person to attain to the highest end. In both systems purity is equally recommended, as also compassion towards all creatures, O sinless one. In both, again, the observance of vows has been equally laid down. Only the scriptures that point out their paths are different. Yiddish theory said, if the vows, the purity, the compassion, and the fruits thereof recommended in both systems be the same, tell me, O grandsire, for what reason then are not their scriptures, in respect of the paths recommended, the same? Bhishma said, by casting off, through the aid of yoga, these 5 faults, viz., attachment, heedlessness, affection, lust, and wrath, one attains to emancipation. As large fishes, breaking through the net, pass into their own element, foraging in felicity, after the same manner, yogins, breaking through lust and wrath, etc., become cleansed of all sins and attain to the felicity of emancipation. As powerful animals, breaking through the nets in which hunters enmesh them, escape into the felicity of freedom, after the same manner, yogins, freed from all bonds, attain to the sinless path that leads to emancipation. Truly, O king, breaking through the bonds born of cupidity, yogins, endued with strength, attain to the sinless and auspicious and high path of emancipation. Feeble animals, O monarch, entangled in nets, are without doubt destroyed. Even such is the case with persons destitute of the puissance of yoga. As weak fishes, O son of Kunti, fallen into the net, become entangled in it, even so, O monarch, men destitute of the puissance of yoga, encounter destruction, amid the bonds of the world. As birds, O chastiser of foes, when entangled in the fine nets of fowlers, if weak, meet with ruin, but if endued with strength effect they escape. After the same manner does it happen with yogins, O chastiser of foes. Bound by the bonds of action, they that are weak meet with destruction, while they that are possessed of strength break through them. A small and weak fire, O king, becomes extinguished when large logs of timber are placed upon it. Even so the yogin that is weak, O king, meets with ruin, when brought in contact with the world and its attachments. The same fire, however, O monarch, when it becomes strong, would, without being extinguished, burn with the aid of the wind, the whole earth. After the same manner, the yogin, when grown in strength, burning with energy, and possessed of might, is capable of scorching the entire universe like the sun that rises at the time of the universal dissolution. As a weak man, O king, is swept away by a current, even so is a weak yogin helplessly carried away by objects of the senses. An elephant withstands a mighty current. After the same manner, a yogin, having acquired yoga puissance, withstands all objects of the senses. Independent of all things, yogins, endued with yoga puissance and invested with lordship, enter into the hearts of the very lords of creation, the rishis, the deities, and the great beings in the universe. Neither Yama, nor the destroyer, nor death himself of terrible prowess, when angry, ever succeeds in prevailing over the yogin, O king, who is possessed of immeasurable energy. The yogin, acquiring yoga puissance, can create thousands of bodies and with them wander over the earth. Some amongst them enjoy objects of the senses and then once more set themselves to the practice of the austerest penances, and once again, like the sun, withdrawing his rays, withdraw themselves from such penances. 1582. The yogin, who is possessed of strength and whom bonds bind not, certainly succeeds in attaining to emancipation. I have now discoursed to thee, O monarch, on all these powers of yoga. I shall once more tell thee what the subtle powers of yoga are with their indications. Here, O chief of Bharata's race, the subtle indications of the dharana and the samadhi of the soul, such as yoga brings about. 1583. As a bowman who is heedful and attentive succeeds in striking the aim, even so the yogin, with absorbed soul, without doubt, attains to emancipation. As a man fixing his mind on a vessel full of some liquid, placed on his head, heedfully ascends a flight of steps, even so the yogin, fixed and absorbed in his soul, cleanses it and makes it as effulgent as the Sunday as a boat, O son of Kunti, that is tossed on the bosom of the sea is very soon taken by a heedful boatman to the other shore. Even so the man of knowledge by fixing his soul in samadhi, attains to emancipation, which is so difficult to acquire, after casting off his body, O monarch. As a heedful charioteer, O king, having yoked good steeds, unto his car, takes the car warrior to the spot he wishes, even so the yogin, O monarch, heedful in dharana, soon attains to the highest spot, viz., emancipation, like a shaft let off from the bow reaching the object aimed at. The yogin who stays immovably after having entered his self into the soul, destroys his sins and obtains that indestructible spot which is the possession of those that are righteous. That yogin who, heedfully observant of high vows, properly unites, O king, his jiva soul with the subtle soul in the navel, the throat, the head, the heart, the chest, the sides, the eye, the ear, and the nose, burns all his acts good and bad of even mountain-like proportions, and having recourse to excellent yoga, attains to emancipation. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee to tell me, O grandsire, what the kinds of diet are by taking which, and what the things are by conquering which, the yogin, O Bharata, acquires yoga puissance. Bhishma continued, engaged, O Bharata, in subsisting upon broken grains of rice and sodden cakes of sesame, and abstaining from oil and butter, the yogin acquires yoga puissance. By subsisting for a long time on powdered barley unmixed with any liquid substance, and by confining himself to only one meal a day, the yogin, of cleansed soul, acquires yoga puissance. By drinking only water mixed with milk, first only once during the day, then once during a fortnight, then once during a month, then once during 3 months, and then once during a whole year, the yogin acquires yoga puissance. By abstaining entirely from meat, O king, the yogin of cleansed soul acquires puissance. 1584, by subjugating lust, and wrath, and heat, and cold, and rain, and fear, and grief, and the breath, and all sounds that are agreeable to men, and objects of the senses, and the uneasiness, so difficult to conquer, that is born of abstention from sexual congress, and thirst that is so terrible, O king, and the pleasures of touch, and sleep, and procrastination that is almost unconquerable, O best of kings, high-souled yogins, divested of attachments, and possessed of great wisdom, aided by their understandings, and equipped with wealth of contemplation and study, caused the subtle soul to stand confessed in all its glory. This high yoga path of learned Brahmanas is exceedingly difficult to tread. No one can walk along this path with ease. That path is like a terrible forest which abounds with innumerable snakes and crawling vermin, with concealed pits occurring everywhere, without water for slaking one's thirst, and full of thorns, and inaccessible on that account. Indeed, the path of yoga is like a road along which no edibles occur, which runs through a desert having all its trees burnt down in a conflagration, and which has been rendered unsafe by being infested with bands of robbers. Very few young men can pass safely through it, for reaching the goal. Like unto a path of this nature, few Brahmanas can tread alone the yoga path with ease and comfort. That man who, having betaken himself to this path, ceases to go forward, but turns back after having made some progress, is regarded as guilty of many faults. Men of cleansed souls, O Lord of earth, can stay with ease upon yoga contemplation, which is like the sharp edge of a razor. Persons of uncleansed souls, however, cannot stay on it. When yoga contemplation becomes disturbed or otherwise obstructed, it can never lead the yogin to an auspicious end, even as a vessel that is without a captain cannot take the passengers to the other shore. That man, O son of Kunti, who practices yoga contemplation according to due rites, succeeds in casting off both birth and death, and happiness and sorrow. All this that I have told thee has been stated in the diverse treatises bearing upon yoga. The highest fruits of yoga are seen in persons of the regenerate order. That highest fruit is identification with Brahma. The highest yogin, possessed of greatness, can enter into and come out of, at his will, Brahma himself, who is the Lord of all deities, and the boon-giving Vishnu, and Bhava, and Dharma, and the six-faced Kartikeya, and their spiritual sons of Brahmana, the quality of darkness that is productive of much pain, and that of passion, and that of Sattva, which is pure, and Prakriti, which is the highest, and the goddess Siddhi, who is the spouse of Varuna, and all kinds of energy, and all enduring patience, and the bright lord of stars in the firmament with the stars twinkling all around, and the Viswas, and their great snakes, and the Pitras, and all the mountains and hills, and the great and terrible oceans, and all the rivers, and the rain-charged clouds, and serpents, and trees, and yakshas, and the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass, and the Gandharvas, and all male persons and all female ones also. This discourse, O king, that is connected with the Supreme Being of mighty energy should be regarded as auspicious. The yogin has Narayana for his soul, prevailing over all things. Through his contemplation of the Supreme Deity, the highest yogin is capable of creating all things. The end of the Santi-Pava, Part 2 of 3. Section CI. Yudhishthira said, O king, thou hast duly propounded unto me, in the way in which it should be, the path of yoga which is approved by the wise, after the manner of a loving preceptor unto his pupil. I ask now about the principles of the Sankhya philosophy. Do thou discourse to me on those principles in their entirety. Whatever knowledge exists in the three worlds is known to thee. Bhishma said, Listen now to what the subtle principles are of the followers of the Sankhya doctrine have been established by all the great and puissant yatis, having Kepler their first. In that doctrine no chief of men, no errors are discoverable. Many, indeed, are its merits. In fact, there is no fault in it. Comprehending with the aid of knowledge that all objects exist with faults, indeed, understanding that the objects, so difficult to cast off, with which human beings and Pisachas and Rakshasas and Yakshas and snakes and Gandharvas and Pitras and those that are wandering in the intermediate orders of beings, such as birds and animals, and great birds, such as Garuda and others, and the Maruts and royal sages and regenerate sages and Asuras and Viswadevyas and the celestial rishis and yojins invested with supreme puissance and the Prajapatis and Brahman himself are engaged, and understanding truly what the highest limit is of one's period of existence in this world, and apprehending also the great truth, O foremost of eloquent men, about what is called felicity here, having a clear knowledge of what the sorrows are that overtake when the hour comes all those that are concerned with transitory objects, and knowing full well the sorrows of those that have fallen into the intermediate orders of being and of those that have sunk into hell, perceiving all the merits and all the faults of heaven, O Bhatta, and all the demerits that attach to the declarations of the Vedas and all the excellencies that are connected with them, recognizing the faults and merits of the yoga and the Sankhya systems of philosophy, realizing also that the quality of Sattva has 10 properties, that of Rajas has 9, and that of Tamas has 8, that the understanding has 7 properties, the mind has 6, and space has 5. And once more conceiving that the understanding has 4 properties and Tamas has 3, and the Rajas has 2 and Sattva has 1, and truly apprehending the path that is followed by all objects when destruction overtakes them, and what the course is of self-knowledge, the Sankhya's, possessed of knowledge and experience and exalted by their perceptions of causes, and acquiring thorough auspiciousness, attained the felicity of emancipation like the rays of the sun, or the wind taking refuge in space. 1585. Vision is attached to form, the sense of scent to smell, the ear to sound, the tongue to juices, and the skin, or body, to touch. The wind has for its refuge space. Stupefaction has dharmas, darkness, for its refuge. Cupidity has the objects of the senses for its refuge. Vishnu is attached to the organs of motion. Sakra is attached to the organs of strength. The deity of fire is attached to the stomach. Earth is attached to the waters. The waters have heat, or fire, for their refuge. Heat attaches itself to the wind, and the wind has space for its refuge, and space has Mahat for its refuge, and Mahat has the understanding for its foundation. The understanding has its refuge in Dharmas. Tamas has Rajas for its refuge. Rajas is founded upon Sattva, and Sattva is attached to the soul. The soul has the glorious and puissant Narayana for its refuge. That glorious deity has emancipation for his refuge. Emancipation is independent of all refuge. Knowing that this body, that is endued with 6 and 10 possessions, is the result of the quality of Sattva, understanding fully the nature of the physical organism and the character of the chana that dwells within it, recognizing the one existent being that lives in the body, viz., the soul, which stands aloof from every concern of the body and in which no sin can attach, realizing the nature of that second object, viz., the acts of persons attached to the objects of the senses, understanding also the character of the senses and the sensual objects which have their refuge in the soul, appreciating the difficulty of emancipation and the scriptures that bear upon it, knowing fully the nature of the vital breaths called prana, apana, samana, vyana, and udana, as also the 2 other breaths, viz., the one going downward and the other moving upward. Indeed, knowing those 7 breaths ordained to accomplish 7 different functions, ascertaining the nature of the Prajapatis and the Rishis and the high paths, many in number, of virtue or righteousness, and the 7 Rishis and the innumerable royal Rishis, O scorcher of foes, and the great celestial Rishis and the other regenerate Rishis endued with the effulgence of the sun, beholding all these falling away from their puissance in course of many long ages, O monarch, hearing of the destruction of even of all the mighty beings in the universe, understanding also the inauspicious end that is attained, O king, by creatures of sinful acts, and the miseries endured by those that fall into the river Vaitrani in the realms of Yama, and the inauspicious wanderings of creatures through diverse wombs, and the character of the residence in the unholy uterus in the midst of blood and water and phlegm and urine and feces, all of foul smell, and then in bodies that result from the union of blood and the vital seed of marrow and sinews, abounding with hundreds of nerves and arteries and forming an impure mansion of 9 doors, comprehending also what is for his own good, what those divers combinations are which are productive of good, beholding the abominable conduct of creatures whose natures are characterized by darkness or passion or goodness, O chief of Bharata's race, conduct that is reprehended, in a view of its incapacity to acquire emancipation, by the followers of the Sankhya doctrine who are fully conversant with the soul, beholding the swallowing up of the moon and the sun by Rahu, the falling of stars from their fixed positions and the diversions of constellations from their orbits, knowing the sad separation of all united objects and the diabolical behavior of creatures in devouring one another, seeing the absence of all intelligence in the infancy of human beings and the deterioration and destruction of the body, marking the little attachment creatures have to the quality of sattva in consequence of their being overwhelmed by wrath and stupefaction, beholding also only one among thousands of human beings resolved to struggle after the acquisition of emancipation, understanding the difficulty of attaining to emancipation according to what is stated in the Scriptures, seeing the marked solicitude that creatures manifest for all unattained objects and their comparative indifference to all objects that have been attained, marking the wickedness that results from all objects of the senses, O King, and the repulsive bodies, O son of Kunti, of persons reft of life, and the residence, always fraught with grief, of human beings, O Bharata, in houses, in the midst of spouses and children, knowing the end of those terrible and fallen men who become guilty of slaying Brahmanas, and of those wicked Brahmanas that are addicted to the drinking of alcoholic stimulants, and the equally sad end of those that become criminally attached to the spouses of their preceptors, and of those men, O Yudhishthira, that do not properly reverence their mothers, as also of those that have no reverence and worship to offer to the deities, understanding also, with the help of that knowledge which their philosophy imparts, the end that of all perpetrators of wicked acts, and the diverse ends that overtake those who have taken birth among the intermediate orders, ascertaining the diverse declarations of the Vedas, the courses of seasons, the fading of years, of months, of fortnights, and of days, beholding directly the waxing and the waning of the moon, seeing the rising and the ebbing of the seas, and the diminution of wealth and its increase once more, and the separation of united objects, the lapse of yugas, the destruction of mountains, the drying up of rivers, the deterioration of, the purity of, the several orders, and the end also of that deterioration occurring repeatedly, beholding the birth, decrepitude, death, and sorrows of creatures, knowing truly the faults attaching to the body and the sorrows to which human beings are subject, and the vicissitudes to which the bodies of creatures are subject, and understanding all the faults that attach to their own souls, and also all the inauspicious faults that attach to their own bodies, the followers of the Sankhya philosophy succeed in attaining to emancipation. Yudhishthira said, O thou of immeasurable energy, what are those faults that thou seest attaching to one's body? It behoveth thee to expound this doubt to me fully and truly. Bhishma said, Listen, O slayer of foes. The Sankhyas or followers of Kapila, who are conversant with all paths and endued with wisdom, say that there are 5 faults, O puissant one, in the human body. They are desire and wrath and fear and sleep and breath. These faults are seen in the bodies of all embodied creatures. Those that are endued with wisdom cut the root of wrath with the aid of forgiveness. Desire is cut off by casting off all purposes. By cultivation of the quality of goodness, sattva, sleep is conquered, and fear is conquered by cultivating heedfulness. Breath is conquered by abstemiousness of diet, O King. Truly understanding gunas by the aid of hundreds of gunas, hundreds of faults, and diverse causes by hundreds of causes, ascertaining that the world is like the froth of water, enveloped by hundreds of illusions flowing from Vishnu, like a painted edifice, and as unsubstantial as a reed, beholding it to be as terrible as a dark pit, or as unreal as bubbles of water, for the years that compose its age are as short-lived, compared to the duration of eternity, as bubbles, seeing it exposed to immediate destruction, bereft of happiness, having certain ruin for its end and from which it can never escape, sunk in rajas and tamas, and utterly helpless like an elephant sunk in mire. Noting all this, the Sankhyas, O King, endues with great wisdom, casting off all affections arising from one's relation towards one's children, by the aid, O King, of that extensive and all-embracing knowledge which their system advocates, and cutting off quickly, with the weapon of knowledge and the bludgeon of penances, O Bharata, all inauspicious scents born of rajas and all scents of a like nature arising from tamas and all auspicious scents arising from sattva and all pleasures of the touch and of the other senses, born of the same three qualities and inhering to the body. Indeed, O Bharata, aided by the yoga of knowledge, these yatis ground with success come across the ocean of life. That ocean, so terrible, has sorrow for its waters. Anxiety and grief constitute its deep lakes. Disease and death are its gigantic alligators. The great fears that strike the heart at every step are its huge snakes. The deeds inspired by tamas are its tortoises. Those inspired by rajas are its fishes. Wisdom constitutes the raft for crossing it. The affections entertained for objects of the senses are its maya. Decrepitude constitutes its region of grief and trouble. 1586. Knowledge, O chastiser of foes, is its island. Acts constitute its great depth. Truth is its shores. Pious observances constitute the verdant weeds floating on its bosom. 1587. Envy constitutes its rapid and mighty current. The diverse sentiments of the heart constitute its mines. The diverse kinds of gratification are its valuable gems. Grief and fever are its winds. Misery and thirst are its mighty eddies. Painful and fatal diseases are its huge elephants. The assemblage of bones are its flights of steps, and phlegm is its froth. Gifts are its pearl banks. The lakes of blood are its corals. Loud laughter constitutes its roars. Diverse sciences are its impassibility. Tears are its brine. Renunciation of the company constitutes the high refuge of those that seek to cross it. Children and spouses are its unnumbered leeches. Friends and kinsmen are the cities and towns on its shores. Abstention from injury and truth are its boundary line. Death is its storm wave. The knowledge of Vedanta is its island, capable of affording refuge to those that are tossed upon its waters. Acts of compassion towards all creatures constitute its lifebuoys. 1588. An emancipation is the priceless commodity offered to those voyaging on its waters in search of merchandise. Like its substantive prototype with its equine head disgorging flames of fire, this ocean too has its fiery terrors. Having transcended the liability that is so difficult to transcend, of dwelling within the gross body, the Sankhayas enter into pure space. 1589. Surya then bears, with his rays, those righteous men that are practices of the Sankhya doctrines. Like the fibers of the lotus stalk conveying water to the flower into which they all converge, Surya, drinking all things from the universe, conveys them into those good and wise men. 1590. Their attachment soul destroyed, possessed of energy, endued with wealth of penances, and crowned with success, these yatis, O Bharata, are borne by that wind which is subtle, cooling, fragrant, and delicious to the touch, O Bharata. In fact, that wind which is the best of the 7 winds, and which blows in regions of great felicity, conveys them, O son of Kunti, to that which is the highest end in space. 1591. Then space into which they are carried, O monarch, conveys them to the highest end of rajas. 1592. Rajas then bears them to the highest end of Sattva. Sattva then bears them, O thou of pure soul, to the supreme and puissant Narayana. The puissant and pure soul Narayana at last, through himself, bears them to the supreme soul. Having reached the supreme soul, those stainless persons who have, by that time, become the body of, what is called, that attain to immortality, and they have never afterwards to return from that position, O king. That is the highest end, O son of Pritha, which is attained by those high-souled men who have transcended the influence of all pairs of opposites. Yudhishthira said, O sinless one, have those persons of firm vows after they have attained to that excellent position which is fraught with puissance and felicity, any recollection of their lives including birth and death? it behoveth thee to tell me properly what the truth is in respect, O thou of Kuru's race. I do not think it proper to question any one else than thee. Observing the scriptures bearing upon emancipation, I find this great fault in the subject, for certain scriptures on the topic declare that consciousness disappears in the emancipate state, while other scriptures declare the very reverse of this. If, having attained to this high state, the yatis continue to live in consciousness, it would seem, O king, that the religion of poverty is superior. If, again, consciousness disappears from the emancipate state and one who has become emancipate only resembles a person sunk in dreamless slumber, then nothing can be more improper than to say that there is really no consciousness in emancipation, for of all that happens in dreamless slumber is that one's consciousness is temporarily overshadowed and suspended, but never lost, for it returns when one awakes from that slumber. 1593. Bhishma said, however difficult it may be to answer it, the question which thou hast asked, O son, is proper. Verily, the question is of such a kind that even they that are possessed of great learning become stupefied in answering it, O chief of Bharata's race. For all that, hear what the truth is as expounded by me. The high-souled followers of Kapila have set their high understandings on this point. The senses of knowledge, O king, planted in the bodies of embodied creatures, are employed in their respective functions of perception. They are the instruments of the soul, for it is through them that subtle being perceives. 1594. Disunited with the soul, the senses are like lumps of wood, and are, without doubt, destroyed, in respect of the functions they serve, like the froth that is seen on the bosom of the ocean. 1595. When the embodied creature, O scorcher of foes, sinks into sleep along with his senses, the subtle soul then roves among all subjects like the wind through space. 1596. The subtle soul, during slumber, continues to see all forms, and touch all objects of touch, O king, and taken in other perceptions, as well as when it is awake. In consequence of their inability to act without their director, the senses, during sleep, all become extinguished in their respective places, and lose their powers, like snakes deprived of poison. 1597. At such times, the subtle soul, repairing into the respective place of all the senses, without doubt, discharges all their functions. 1598. All the qualities of sattva, all the attributes of the understanding, O Bharata, as also those of mind, and space, and wind, O thou of righteous soul, and all the attributes of liquid substances, of water, O Patha, and of earth, these senses with these qualities, O Yudhishthira, which inhere to Jiva souls, are along with the Jiva soul itself, overwhelmed by the Supreme Soul or Brahma. Acts also, good and bad, overwhelm that Jiva soul. Like disciples waiting upon their preceptor with reverence, the senses to wait upon the Jiva soul transcends Prakriti. It attains to Brahma, that is without change, that is highest, that is Narayana, that is beyond all pairs of opposites, and that transcends Prakriti. Freed from both merit and demerit, the Jiva soul entering the Supreme Soul, which is divested of all attributes, and which is the home of all auspiciousness, does not return thence, O Bharata. What remains, O son, is the mind with the senses, O Bharata. These have to come back once more at the appointed season for doing the bidding of their great master. 1599. Soon after, O son of Kunti, when this body is cast off, the yati, striving after emancipation, endued as he is with knowledge and desirous as he is of Guna, succeeds in attaining to that peace of emancipation which is his who becomes bodiless. 1601. The Sankhya's, O king, are endued with great wisdom. They succeed in attaining to the highest end by means of this kind of knowledge. There is no knowledge that is equal to this. Do not yield to any kind of doubt. The knowledge which is described in the system of the Sankhya's is regarded as the highest. That knowledge is immutable and is eternally fixed. It is eternal Brahma in fullness. It has no beginning, middle and end. It transcends all pairs of opposites. It is the cause of the creation of the universe. It stands in fullness. It is without deterioration of any kind. It is uniform and everlasting. Thus are its praises sung by the wise. From it flow creation and destruction and all modifications. The great rishis speak of it and applaud it in the scriptures. All learned Brahmanas and all righteous men regard it as flowing from Brahma, supreme, divine, infinite, immutable, and undeteriorating. All Brahmanas, again, that are attached to objects of the same sense adore and applaud it by ascribing to it attributes that belong to illusion. 1602. The same is the view of yogins well observant of penances and meditation and of Sankhyas of immeasurable insight. The Srutis declare, O son of Kunti, that the Sankhya form of philosophy is the form of that formless one. The cognitions, according to that philosophy, have, O chief of Bharata's race, been said to be the knowledge of Brahma. 1603. There are two kinds of creatures on earth, O Lord of earth, viz., mobile and immobile. Of these that are mobile are superior. That high knowledge, O king, which exists in persons conversant with Brahma, and that which occurs in the Vedas, and that which is found in other scriptures, and that in yoga, and that which may be seen in the diverse Puranas, are all, O monarch, to be found in Sankhya philosophy. 1604. Whatever knowledge is seen to exist in high histories, whatever knowledge occurs, O king, in the sciences appertaining to the acquisition of wealth as approved by the wise, whatever other knowledge exists in this world, all these flow, O high-souled monarch, from the high knowledge that occurs among the Sankhyas. Tranquility of soul, high puissance, all subtle knowledge of which the scriptures speak, penances of subtle force, and all kinds of felicity, O king, have all been duly ordained in the Sankhya system. Failing to acquire, O son of Pritha, that complete knowledge which is recommended by their system, the Sankhyas attain to the status of deities and pass many years in felicity. Lording it over the celestials as they will, they fall, upon the expiration of the allotted period, among learned Brahmanas and Yatis. 1605. Casting off this body, those regenerate ones that follow the Sankhya system enter into the superior state of Brahma like the celestials entering into the firmament by devoting themselves wholly to that adorable system which is theirs and which is worshipped by all wise men. Those regenerate persons that are devoted to the acquisition of that knowledge which is recommended in the Sankhya system, even if they fail to attain to eminence, are never seen to fall among intermediate creatures, or to sink into the status of sinful men. That high-souled person who is fully conversant with the vast, high, ancient, ocean-like, and immeasurable Sankhya system that is pure and liberal and agreeable, becomes, O king, equal to Narayana. I have now told thee, O God among men, the truth about the Sankhya system. It is the embodiment of Narayana, of the universe as it exists from the remotest time. 1606. When the time of creation comes, he causes the creation to start into life, and when the time comes for destruction, he swallows up everything. Having withdrawn everything into his own body, he goes to sleep, that inner soul of the universe. 1607. Section CI. Yudhishthira said, what is that which is called undeteriorating, and by attaining to which no one has to come back? What, again, is that which is called deteriorating, and by attaining to which one has to return once more? O slayer of foes, I ask thee the distinction that exists, O thou with mighty arms, between the deteriorating and the undeteriorating ones for understanding them both truly, O delighter of the curious. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas speak of thee as an ocean of knowledge. Highly blessed rishis and yatis of high souls do the same. Thou hast very few days to live. When the sun turns from the southern path for entering into the northern, thou shalt attain to thy high end. When thou shalt leave us, from whom shall we hear of all that is beneficial for us? Thou art the lamp of Kuru's race. Indeed, thou art always blazing with the light of knowledge. O perpetuator of Kuru's race, I desire, therefore, to hear all this from thee. Listening to thy discourses that are always sweet like nectar, my curiosity, without being satiated, is always increasing. Bhishma said, I shall, in this connection, relate to thee the old narrative of the discourse that took place between Vasishtha and King Karala of Janaka's race. Once on a time when that foremost of rishis, viz., Vasishtha, endued with the effulgence of the sun, was seated at his ease, King Janaka asked him about that highest knowledge which is for our supreme good. Highly proficient in that department of knowledge which is concerned with the soul and possessed of certain conclusions in respect of all branches of that science. 1608, as Maitravaruni, that foremost of rishis, was seated, the king approaching him with joined hands, asked him in humble words, well pronounced and sweet and destitute of all controversial spirit, the question, O Holy One, I desire to hear, of supreme and eternal Brahma, by attaining to which men of wisdom have not to come back. I desire also to know that which is called destructible, and that into which this universe enters when destroyed. Indeed, what is that which is said to be indestructible, suspicious, beneficial, and free from evil of every kind? Vasishtha said, Hear, O Lord of earth, as to how this universe is destroyed, and of that which was never destroyed and which will never be destroyed at any time. 12,000 years, according to the measure of the celestials, make a yuga. 4 such yugas taken 1,000 times, make a kalpa, which measures 1 day of Brahman. 1609. Brahman's night also, O king, is of the same measure. When Brahman himself is destroyed, 1610, Sambhu of the formless soul, and to whom the yuga attributes of anima, lagima, and see, naturally inhere, awakes, and once more creates that first or eldest of all creatures, possessed of vast proportions, of infinite deeds, endued with form, and identifiable with the universe. That Sambhu is otherwise called Dhyana, the Lord of everything. He is pure effulgence, and transcends all deterioration, having his hands and feet stretching in all directions, with eyes and head and mouth everywhere, and with ears also in every place. That being exists, overwhelming the entire universe. The eldest born being is called Hiranyagarbha. This Holy One has, in the Vedanta, been called the Understanding. In the Yuga scriptures he is called the Great, and Viranchai, and the Unborn. In the Sankhya scriptures, he is indicated by diverse name, and regarded as having infinity for his soul. Of diverse forms and constituting the soul of the universe, he is regarded as one and indestructible. The 3 worlds of infinite ingredients have been created by him without assistance from any source and have been overwhelmed by him. In consequence of his manifold forms, he is said to be of universal form. Undergoing modifications he creates himself by himself. Endued with mighty energy, he first creates consciousness, and that great being called Prajapati endued with consciousness. The manifest, or Hiranyagarbha, is created from the unmanifest. This is called by the learned the creation of knowledge. The creation of Magan, or Virat, and consciousness, by Hiranyagarbha, is the creation of ignorance. 1611. Ascription of attributes. worthy of worship, and the destruction thereof, called respectively by the names of ignorance and knowledge by persons learned by the interpretation of the Srutis, then arose, referring to this, that, or the other of the three, viz., Akshara, Hiranyagarbha, or Virat. 1612. Know, O king, that the creation of the subtle elements from consciousness is the third. 1613. In all kinds of consciousness is the fourth creation, which flows modification of the third. This fourth creation comprises wind and light and space and water and earth, with their properties of sound, touch, form, taste and scent. This aggregate of 10 arose, without doubt, at the same time. The fifth creation, O monarch, is that which has arisen from combination of the primal elements, named above. This comprises the ear, the skin, the eyes, the tongue, and the nose, forming the fifth, and speech, and the 2 hands, and the 2 legs, and the lower duct, and the organs of generation. The first 5 of these constitute the organs of knowledge, and the last 5 the organs of action. All these, with mind, arose simultaneously, O king. These constitute the 24 topics that exist in the forms of all living creatures. By understanding these properly, Brahmanas possessed of insight into the truth have never to yield to sorrow. In the 3 worlds, the combination of these, called body, is possessed by all embodied creatures. Indeed, O king, a combination of those is known as such in deities and men and Danavas, and yakshas and spirits and Gandharvas and Kinnaras and great snakes, and Churanas and Pisachas, in celestial rishis and rakshasas, and biting flies, and worms, and gnats, and vermin born of filth and rats, and dogs and swapakas and chainyas and chandlers and pakasas, in elephants and steeds and asses and tigers, and trees and kine. Whatever other creatures exist in water or space or on earth, for there is no other place in which creatures exist, as we have heard, have this combination. All these, O sire, included within the class called manifest, are seen to be destroyed day after day. Hence, all creatures produced by union of these 24 are said to be destructible. This then is the indestructible. And since the universe, which is made up of manifest and unmanifest, meets with destruction, therefore, it is said to be destructible. The very being called Mahan, who is the eldest born, is always spoken of as an instance of the destructible. I have now told thee, O monarch, all that thou hadst asked me. Transcending the 24 topics already adverted to is the 25th called Vishnu. That Vishnu, in consequence of the absence of all attributes, is not a topic of knowledge, though as then which pervades all the topics, he has been called so by the wise. Since that which is destructible has caused all this that is manifest, therefore, all this is endued with form. The 24th, which is Prakriti, is said to preside over all this, which has sprung from her modifications. The 25th, which is Vishnu, is formless and, therefore, cannot be said to preside over the universe. 1614. It is that unmanifest, Prakriti, which, when endued with body, in consequence of union with Chit, dwells in the hearts of all creatures endued with body. As regards eternal Chana, the indestructible, although he is without attributes and without form, yet he, in consequence of a union with Prakriti, assumes all forms. Uniting with Prakriti, which has the attributes of birth and death, he also assumes the attributes of birth and death. And in consequence of such union he becomes an object of perception, and though in reality divested of all attributes, yet he comes to be invested therewith. It is in this way that the Mahan soul, Hiranyagarbha, becoming united with Prakriti and invested with ignorance, undergoes modifications and becomes conscious of self. Uniting with the attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas, he becomes identified with diverse creatures belonging to diverse orders of being, in consequence of his forgetfulness and his waiting upon ignorance. In consequence of his birth and destruction arising from the fact of his dwelling in upon with Prakriti, he thinks himself to be no other than what he apparently is. Regarding himself as this or that, he follows the attributes of sattva, rajas, and dharmas. Under the influence of dharmas, he attains to diverse kinds of conditions that are affected by dharmas. Under the influence of rajas and sattva, he attains similarly to conditions that are affected by rajas and sattva. There are 3 colors in all, viz., white, red, and dark. All those colors appertain to Prakriti, so that he it is who becomes white or red or dark according as the nature of the Prakriti with which is he becomes identified for the time being. Through tamas one goes to hell. Through rajas one attains to and remains in the status of humanity. Through sattva, people ascend to the regions of the deities and become sharers of great felicity. By adhering to sin continuously one sinks into the intermediate order of beings. By acting both righteously and sinfully one attains to the status of the deities. In this way the 25th, viz., Akshara, the indestructible, the wise say, by union with the unmanifest, Prakriti, becomes transformed into Kshara, destructible. By means of knowledge, however, the indestructible becomes displayed in his true nature. Section 6. Vasishta said, thus in consequence of his forgetfulness the soul follows ignorance and obtains thousands of bodies one after another. He attains to thousands of births among the intermediate orders and sometimes among the very gods in consequence of his union with particular attributes and the puissance of attributes. 1615. From the status of humanity, he goes to heaven, and from heaven he comes back to humanity, and from humanity he sinks into hell for many long years. As the worm that fabricates the cocoon shuts itself completely on every side by means of the threads it weaves itself, even so the soul, though in reality transcending all attributes, invests himself on every side with attributes, and deprives himself of liberty. 1616. Though transcending, in his real nature, both happiness and misery, it is thus that he subjects himself to happiness and misery. It is thus also that, though transcending all diseases, the soul regards himself to be afflicted by headache and ophthalmia and toothache and affections of the throat and abdominal dropsy and burning thirst, and enlargement of glands, and cholera, and vitiligo, and leprosy, and burns, and asthma and phthisis, and epilepsy, and whatever other diseases of diverse kinds are seen in the bodies of embodied creatures. Regarding himself, through error, as born among thousands of creatures in the intermediate orders of being, and sometimes among the gods, he endures misery and enjoys the fruits of his good deeds. Invested with ignorance, he regards himself as robed sometimes in white cloth and sometimes in full dress consisting of 4 pieces, or as lying on floors, instead of on beds or bedsteads, or with hands and feet contracted like those of frogs, or as seated upright in the attitude of ascetic contemplation, or as clad in rags, or as lying or sitting under the canopy of heaven, or within mansions built of bricks and stone, or on rugged stones, or on ashes, or bare stones, or on the bare earth, or on beds, or on battlefields, or in water, or in mire, or on wooden planks, or on diverse kinds of beds, or impelled by desire of fruits. He regards himself as clad in a scant piece of cloth made of grass, or as totally nude, or as robed in silk, or in skin of the black antelope, or in cloth made of flax, or in sheepskin, or in tiger skin, or in lion skin, or in fabric of hemp, or in barks of birch, or in cloths made of the produce of prickly plants, or in vestures made of threads woven by worms, or of torn rags, or in diverse other kinds of cloth too numerous to mention. The soul regards himself also as wearing diverse kinds of ornaments and gems, or as eating diverse kinds of food. He regards himself as sometimes eating at intervals of one night, or once at the same hour every day, or as at the 4th, the 6th, and the 8th hour every day, or as once in 6 or 7 or 8 nights, or as once in 10 or 12 days, or as once in a month, of as eating only roots, or fruits, or as subsisting upon air or water alone, or on cakes of sesame husk, or curds or cow dung, or the urine of the cow, or proverbs or flowers or moss or raw food, or as subsisting on fallen leaves of trees or fruits that have fallen down and lay scattered on the ground, or diverse other kinds of food, impelled by the desire of winning, ascetic, success. The soul regards himself as adopting the observance of Chandrayana according to the rites ordained in the scriptures, or diverse other vows and observance, and the courses of duty prescribed for the 4 modes of life, and even derelictions of duty, and the duties of other subsidiary modes of life included in the 4 principal ones, and even diverse kinds of practices that distinguish the wicked and sinful. The soul regards himself as enjoying retired spots and delightful shades of mountains and the cool vicinity of spring and fountain and solitary river banks and secluded forests, and sacred spots dedicated to the deities, and lakes and waters withdrawn from the busy haunts of men, and lone mountain caves affording the accommodation that houses and mansions afford. The soul regards himself as employed in the recitation of different kinds of hidden mantras, or as observing different vows and rules and diverse kinds of penances, and sacrifices of many kinds, and rites of diverse sorts. The soul regards himself as adopting sometimes the way of traders and merchants, and the practices of brahmanas and kshatriyas and vaisyas and sudras, and gifts of diverse kinds unto those that are destitute or blind or helpless. In consequence of his being invested with ignorance, the soul adopts different attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, and righteousness and wealth and pleasure. Under the influence of prakriti, the soul, undergoing modification himself, observes and adopts and practices all these and regards himself as such. Indeed, the soul regards himself as employed in the utterance of the sacred mantras Swaha and Swada and Vashat, and in bowing unto those he regards as his superiors, in officiating in the sacrifices of others, in teaching pupils, making gifts and accepting them, in performing sacrifices and studying the scriptures, and doing all other acts and rites of this kind. The soul regards himself as concerned with birth and death and disputes and slaughter. All these, the learned say, constitute the path of acts good and bad. It is the goddess Prakriti who causes birth and death. When the time approaches for universal destruction, all existent objects and attributes are withdrawn by the Supreme Soul, which then exists alone like the sun withdrawing at evening all his rays. And when the time comes for creation, he once more creates and spreads them out like the sun shedding and spreading out his rays when morning comes. Even thus the soul, for the sake of sport, repeatedly regards himself invested with all these conditions, which are his own forms and attributes, infinite in number, and agreeable to himself. It is this way that the soul, though really transcending the 3 attributes, becomes attached to the path of acts and creates by modification Prakriti invested with the attributes of birth and death and identical with all acts and conditions which are characterized by the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Arrived at the path of action, the soul regards particular acts to be endued with particular characteristics and productive of particular ends. O monarch, the whole of this universe has been blinded by Prakriti, and all things have been diversely overwhelmed, through Prakriti, by the attributes of rajas and tamas. It is in consequence of the soul being invested by Prakriti that these pairs of opposites productive of happiness and woe repeatedly come. It is in consequence of this ignorance that Jiva regards these sorrows to be his and imagines them as pursuing him. Indeed, O monarch, through that ignorance it is that Jiva imagines he should anyhow cross those sorrows, and that he should, going into the regions of the gods, enjoy the felicity that awaits all his good acts. It is through ignorance that he thinks he should enjoy and endure these delights and these woes here in this world. Through ignorance Jiva thinks, I should secure my happiness. By continually doing good acts, I may have happiness in this life till its close, and I shall be happy in all my future lives. Though, again there, evil acts I do in this life unending sorrow may become mine. The status of humanity is fraught with great misery, for from it one sinks into hell. From hell, it will take many long years before I can come back to the status of humanity. From humanity I shall attain to the status of the gods. From that superior status I shall have to come back again to humanity and thence to sink into hell once more. One who always regards this combination of the primal elements and the senses, with a chit's reflection in it, to be thus invested with the characteristics of the soul, has repeatedly to wander among gods and human beings and to sink into hell. Being always invested with the idea of Jiva has to make a round of such births. Millions upon millions of births have to be gone through by Jiva in the successive forms he assumes, all of which are liable to death. He who does acts in this way, which are all fraught with good and bad fruits, has in the three worlds to assume successive forms and to enjoy and endure fruits corresponding therewith. It is Prakriti that causes acts fraught with good and bad acts, and it is Prakriti that enjoys and endures the fruits thereof in the three worlds. Indeed, Prakriti follows the course of acts. The status of the intermediate beings, of humanity, and of the gods as well, these three fields, should be known as originating in Prakriti and has been said to be destitute of all attributes. Her existence is affirmed only in consequence of her acts, beginning with Mahat. After the same manner, Purusha, or soul, though without attributes himself, has his existence affirmed in consequence of the acts which the body does when it receives his reflection. Although the soul is not subject to modifications of any kind and is the active principle that sets Prakriti in motion, yet entering a body that is united with the senses of knowledge and action, he regards all the acts of those senses as his own. The 5 senses of knowledge beginning with the ear, and those of action beginning with speech, uniting with the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, become engaged in numerous objects. Jiva imagines that it is he who does the acts of his life and that the senses of knowledge and acts belong to him, although in reality he has no senses. Indeed, though unequipped with body, he imagines that he has a body. Though destitute of attributes, he regards himself as endued therewith, and though transcending time, imagines himself to be under time's control. Though destitute of understanding, he still regards himself as endued therewith, and though transcending their 24 topics, regards himself as one included among them. Though deathless, he still regards himself as liable to death, and though motionless regards himself to be endued with motion. Though not possessed of a material case, he still regards himself as possessed of one, and though unborn, he still regards himself as invested with birth. Though transcending penances, he still regards as engaged in penances, and though he has no end, after which to strive, he still regards himself as liable to attain to ends, of diverse kinds. Though not endued with motion and birth, he still regards himself as endued with both, and though transcending fear, still regards himself as liable to fear. Though indestructible, he still regards himself destructible. Invested with ignorance, the soul thus thinks of himself. Section CCCV. Vasishta said, it is thus, in consequence of his ignorance and his association with others that are invested with ignorance, that Jiva has recourse to millions and millions of births, every one of which has dissolution in the end. In consequence of his transformation into chit invested with ignorance, Jiva betakes himself to millions of abodes, one of which is liable to end in destruction, among intermediate beings and men and the deities. In consequence of ignorance, Jiva, like chandramas, has to wax and wane thousands and thousands of times. This is truly the nature of Jiva when invested with ignorance. Know that chandramas has in reality full 16 portions. Only 15 of these are subject to increase and decrease. The 16th, that is, that portion which remains invisible and which appears on the night of the new moon, remains constant. After the manner of chandramas, Jiva too has full 16 portions. Only 15 of these, viz., Prakriti with Chit's reflection, the 10 senses of knowledge and action, and the 4 inner faculties, appear and disappear. The 16th, viz., Chit in its purity, is subject to no modification. Invested with ignorance, Jiva repeatedly and continually takes birth in the 15 portions named above. With the eternal and immutable portion on Jiva primal essence become united, and this union takes place repeatedly. That 16th portion is subtle. It should be known as Soma, eternal and immutable. It is never upheld by the senses. On the other hand, the senses are upheld by it. Since those 16 portions are the cause of the birth of creatures, creatures can never, O monarch, take birth without their aid. They are called Prakriti. The destruction of Jiva's liability to be united with Prakriti is called emancipation. The Mahat soul, which is the 25th, if it regards that body of 16 portions called the unmanifest, 1617, has to assume it repeatedly. In consequence of not knowing that which is stainless and pure, and for its devotion to what is the result of a combination of both pure and impure, the soul, which is in reality pure, becomes, O king, impure. Indeed, in consequence of its devotion to ignorance, Jiva, though characterized by knowledge, becomes repeatedly associated with ignorance. Though, O monarch, free from error of every kind, yet in consequence of its devotion to the 3 attributes of Prakriti, it becomes endued with those attributes. Section Kvi. Janaka said, O Holy One, it has been said that the relation between male and female is like that which subsists between the indestructible and the destructible, or Purusha and Prakriti. Without a male, a female can never conceive. Without a female, a male also can never create form. In consequence of their union with each other, and each depending upon the attributes of the other, forms of living creatures are seen to flow. This is the case with all orders of being. Through each other's union for purposes of sexual congress, and through each depending upon the attributes of the others, forms of living creatures flow in menstrual seasons. I shall tell to thee the indications thereof. Hear what the attributes are that belong to the sire, and what those are that belong to the mother. Bones, sinews and marrow, O regenerate one, we know, are derived from the sire. Skin, flesh, and blood, we hear, are derived from the mother. Even this, O foremost of regenerate persons, is what may be read of in the Vedas and other scriptures. Whatever is read as declared in the Vedas and in other scriptures is regarded as authority. The authority, again, of the Vedas and other scriptures, not inconsistent with the Vedas, is eternal. If Prakriti and Purusha be always united together in this way by each opposing and each depending on the other's attributes, I see, O Holy One, that emancipation cannot exist. Thou, O Holy One, art possessed of spiritual vision, so that thou seest all things as if they are present before thy eyes. If, therefore, there be any direct evidence of the existence of emancipation, do thou speak of it to me. We are desirous of attaining to emancipation. Indeed, we wish to attain to that which is auspicious, bodiless, not subject to decrepitude, eternal beyond the ken of the senses, and having nothing superior to it. Vasishta said, "What thou sayest about the indications of the Vedas and the other scriptures, in respect of the matter, is even so. Thou takest those indications in the way in which they should be taken. Thou bearest, however, in thy understanding, only the texts of the Vedas and the other scriptures. Thou art not, O monarch, truly conversant with the real meaning of those texts. That person who bears in his understanding merely the texts of the Vedas and the other scriptures without being conversant with the true sense or meaning of those texts, bears them fruitlessly. Indeed, one who holds the contents of a work in memory without comprehending their meaning is said to bear an useless burden. He, however, who is conversant with the true meaning of a treatise, is said to have studied that treatise to purpose. Questioned regarding the meaning of a text, it behoveth one to communicate that meaning which he has comprehended by a careful study. That person of dull intelligence who refuses to expound the meanings of texts in the midst of a conclave of the learned, that person of foolish understanding, never succeeds in expounding the meaning correctly. 1618. An ignorant person, going to expound the true meaning of treatises, incurs ridicule. Even those possessed of a knowledge of the soul have to incur ridicule on such occasions, if what they go to explain has not been acquired by study. Listen now to me, O monarch, as to how the subject of emancipation has been explained, by preceptors to disciple from days of old, among high-souled persons conversant with the Sankhya and the Yoga systems of philosophy. That which the Yogins behold is precisely that which the Sankhyas strive after to attain. He who sees the Sankhya and the Yoga systems to be one and same is said to be endued with intelligence. Skin, flesh, blood, fat, bile, marrow, and sinews, and these senses, of both knowledge and action, about which thou wert speaking unto me, exist. Objects flow from objects, the senses from the senses. From body one obtains a body, as a seed is obtained from seed. When the Supreme Being is without senses, without seed, without matter, without body, he must be divested of all attributes, and in consequence of his being so, how, indeed, can he have attributes of any kind? Space and other attributes arise from the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, and disappear ultimately in them. Thus the attributes arise from Prakriti. Skin, flesh, blood, fat, bile, marrow, bones, and sinews, these eight that are made of Prakriti, no, O king, may sometimes be produced by the vital seed alone, of the male. The Jiva soul and the universe are said to both partake of Prakriti characterized by the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The Supreme Soul is different from both the Jiva soul and the universe. As the seasons, though unendued with forms, are nevertheless inferred from the appearance of particular fruits and flowers, after the same manner, Prakriti, though formless, is inferred from the attributes of Mahat and the rest that spring from it. In this way, from the existence of Chaitanya in the body, the Supreme Soul, divested of all attributes whatever and perfectly stainless, is inferred. Without beginning and destruction, without end, the overseer of all things, and auspicious, that soul, only in consequence of its identifying itself with the body and other attributes, comes to be taken as invested with attributes. Those persons that are truly conversant with attributes know that only objects endued with attributes can have attributes, but that which transcends all attributes can have none. When the Jiva soul conquers all attributes born of Prakriti and which it assumes under error, only then does it behold the Supreme Soul. Only the highest rishis conversant with the Sankhya and the Yoga systems know that Supreme Soul which Sankhya and Yogins and believers in all other systems say is beyond the understanding, which is regarded as knower and endued with the highest wisdom in consequence of its casting off all consciousness of identification with Prakriti, which transcends the attribute of ignorance or error, which is unmanifest, which is beyond all attributes, which is called the Supreme, which is dissociated from all attributes, which ordains all things, which is eternal and immutable, which overrules Prakriti and all the attributes born of Prakriti, and which, transcending the 24 topics of inquiry, forms the 25th. When men of knowledge, who stand in fear of birth, of the several conditions of living consciousness, and of death, succeed in knowing the unmanifest, they succeed in understanding the Supreme Soul at the same time. An intelligent man regards the unity of Jiva Soul with the Supreme Soul as consistent with the scriptures and as perfectly correct, while the man destitute of intelligence looks upon the two as different from each other. This forms the distinction between the man of intelligence and man that is destitute of it. The indications of both Kshara and Akshara, destructible and indestructible, have now been said unto thee. Akshara is oneness or unity, while multiplicity or variety is said to be Kshara. When one begins to study and understands properly the 25 topics of inquiry, one then comprehends that the oneness of the soul is consistent with the scriptures and its multiplicity is what is opposed to them. These are the several indications of what is included in the tale of topics or principles created and what transcends the tale. The wise have said that the tale of topics numbers only 25. That which transcends the topics is beyond that number and forms the 26th. The study or comprehension of created things, numbered 25, according to their aggregates, of 5, is the study and comprehension of topics. Transcending these is that which is eternal. Section Kvi. Janaka said, Thou hast, O foremost of rishis, said that unity is the attribute of that which is Akshara, indestructible, and variety or multiplicity is the attribute of what is known as Kshara, destructible. I have not, however, clearly understood the nature of these two. Doubts are still lurking in my mind. Ignorant men look upon the soul as endued with the incident of multiplicity. They, however, that are possessed of knowledge and wisdom regard the soul to be one and the same. I, however, have a very dull understanding. I am, therefore, unable to comprehend how all this can happen. The causes also that thou hast assigned for the unity and the multiplicity of Akshara and Kshara I have almost forgotten in consequence of the restlessness of my understanding. I therefore desire to hear thee once more discourse to me on those same incidents of unity and multiplicity, on him who is knowing, on what is destitute of knowledge, on Jiva Soul, knowledge, ignorance, Akshara, Kshara, and on the Sankhya and the Yoga systems, in detail and separately and agreeable to the truth. Vasishtha said, I shall tell thee what thou askest. Listen, however, to me, O monarch, as I expound to thee the practices of yoga separately. Contemplation, which constitutes an obligatory practice with yogins, is their highest besons 1619. Those conversant with yoga say that contemplation is of two kinds. One is the concentration of the mind, and the other is called pranayama, regulation of breath. Pranayama is said to be endued with substance, while concentration of mind is unendued with it. 1620, excepting the 3 times when a man passes urine and stools and eats. One should devote the whole of his time to contemplation. Withdrawing the senses from their objects by the aid of the mind, one possessed of intelligence, having made oneself pure, should agreeably to the 22 modes of transmitting the prana breath, unite the Jiva Soul with that which transcends the 24th topic, called ignorance or Prakriti 1621. Which is regarded by the wise as dwelling in every part of the body and as transcending decay and destruction. It is by means of those 22 methods that the soul may always be known, as heard by us. It is certain that this practice of yoga is his whose mind is never affected by evil passions. it is not any other person's. Dissociated from all attachments, abstemious in diet, and subduing all the senses, one should fix one's mind on the soul, during the first and the last part of the night, after having, O King of Mitla, suspended the functions of the senses, quieted the mind by the understanding, and assumed a posture as motionless as that of a block of stone. When men of knowledge, conversant with the rules of yoga, become as fixed as a stake of wood, and as immovable as a mountain, then are they said to be in yoga. When one does not hear, and smell, and taste, and see, when one is not conscious of any touch, when one's mind becomes perfectly free from every purpose, when one is not conscious of anything, when one cherishes no thought, when one becomes like a piece of wood, then is one called by the wise to be in perfect yoga. At such a time one shines like a lamp that burns in a place where there is no wind. At such a time one becomes freed even from one subtle form, and perfectly united with Brahma. When one attains to such progress, one has no longer to ascend or to fall among intermediate beings. When persons like ourselves say that there has been a complete identification of the knower, the known, and knowledge, then is the yogin said to behold the Supreme Soul. 1622. While in yoga, the Supreme Soul displays itself in the yogin's heart like a blazing fire, or like the bright sun, or like the lightning's flame in the sky. That Supreme Soul which is unborn and which is the essence of nectar, that is seen by high-souled Brahmanas endued with intelligence and wisdom and conversant with the Vedas, is subtler than what is subtle and greater than what is great. That soul, though dwelling in all creatures, is not seen by them. The Creator of the worlds, he is seen only by a person endued with wealth of intelligence when aided by the lamp of the mind. He dwells on the other share of thick darkness and transcends him called Iswara. 1623. Persons conversant with the Vedas and endued with omniscience call him the dispeller of darkness, stainless, transcending darkness, without attributes and endued therewith. This is what is called the yoga of yogins. What else is the indication of yoga? By such practices do yogins succeed in beholding the Supreme Soul that transcends destruction and decay. This much that I have told thee in detail concerns about the science of yoga. I shall now discourse to thee of that Sankhya philosophy by which the Supreme Soul is seen through the gradual destruction of errors. 1624. The Sankhyas, whose system is built on Prakriti, say that Prakriti, which is unmanifest, is the foremost. From Prakriti, they say, O monarch, the second principle called Mahat is produced. It is heard by us that from Mahat flows the third principle called consciousness. The Sankhyas blessed with sight of the soul say that from consciousness flow the 5 subtle essences of sound, form, touch, taste, and scent. All these 8 they call by the name of Prakriti. The modifications of these 8 are 16 in number. They are the 5 gross essences of space, light, earth, water, and wind, and the 10 senses of action and of knowledge including the mind. Men of wisdom devoted to the Sankhya path and conversant with all its ordinances and dispensations regard these 24 topics as embracing the whole range of Sankhya inquiry. That which is produced becomes merged in a producing, created by the Supreme Soul one after another. These principles are destroyed in a reverse order. At every new creation, the gunas start into existence in the lateral order, as stated above, and, when destruction comes, they merge, each into its progenitor, in a reverse order, like the waves of the ocean disappearing in the ocean that gives them birth. O best of kings, this is the manner in which the creation and the destruction of Prakriti takes place. The Supreme Being is all that remains when universal destruction takes place, and it is he that assumes multifarious forms when creation starts into life. This is even so, O king, as ascertained by men of knowledge. It is Prakriti that causes the over-presiding Purusha to thus assume diversity and revert back to unity. Prakriti also herself has the same indications. Only one fully conversant with the nature of the topics of inquiry knows that Prakriti also assumes the same kind of diversity and unity, for when destruction comes she reverts into unity, and when creation flows she assumes diversity of form. The soul makes Prakriti, which contains the principles of production or growth, to assume manifold forms. Prakriti is called Kshra, or soul. Transcending the 24 topics or principles is the soul, which is great. It presides over that Prakriti or Kshra. Hence, O great king, the foremost Tyatis say that the soul is the presider. Indeed, it has been heard by us that in consequence of the soul's presiding over all Kshras he is called the presider. And because he knows that unmanifest Kshra, he is, therefore, also called Kshrajna, knower of Kshra. And because also the soul enters into unmanifest Kshra, viz., the body, therefore he is called Purusha. Kshra is something quite different from Kshrajna. Kshra is unmanifest. The soul, which transcends the 24 principles, is called the knower. Knowledge and the object known are different from each other. Knowledge, again, has been said to be unmanifest, while the object of knowledge is the soul, which transcends the 24 principles. The unmanifest is called Kshra, Sattva, understanding, and also is Vara, the Supreme Lord, while Purusha, which is the 25th principle, has nothing superior to it and is not a principle, for it transcends all principles and is only called a principle conventionally. This much, O king, is an account of the Sankhya philosophy. The Sankhya is called the cause of the universe, and merging all the grosser principles into the Chit behold the Supreme Soul. Rightly studying the 24 topics along with Prakriti, and ascertaining their true nature, the Sankhya succeed in beholding that which transcends the 24 topics or principles. 1625. Jiva in reality is that very soul which transcends Prakriti and is beyond the 24 topics. When he succeeds in knowing that Supreme Soul by dissociating himself from Prakriti, he then becomes identifiable with the Supreme Soul. I have now told thee everything about the Sankhya system truly. Those who are conversant with this philosophy succeed in attaining to tranquility. Indeed, as men whose understanding are subject to error have direct cognizance of Brahma, they that succeed in attaining to that state have never to come back to this world after the dissolution of their bodies, while as regards those that are said to be emancipate in this life, puissance, and that indescribable felicity which attaches itself to samadhi and immutability, become theirs, in consequence of their having attained to the nature of the indestructible. 1626. They who behold this universe as many, instead of seeing it as one and uniform, are said to see incorrectly. These men are blind to Brahma. O chastiser of foes! Such persons have repeatedly to come back into the world and assume bodies, in diverse orders of being. They who are conversant with all that has been said above become possessed of omniscience, and accordingly when they pass from this body no longer become subject to the control of any more physical frames. All things, or the entire universe, have been said to be the result of the unmanifest. The soul, which is the 25th, transcends all things. They who know the soul have no fear of returning to the world. Section Kvi. Vasishtha said, I have thus far discoursed to thee on the Sankhya philosophy. Listen now to me as I tell thee what is Vidya, knowledge, and what is Avidya, ignorance, one after the other. The learned say that Prakriti, which is fraught with the attributes of creation and destruction, is called Avidya, while Purusha, who is freed from the attributes of creation and destruction and who transcends the 24 topics or principles, is called Vidya. Listen to me first as I tell thee what is Vidya among successive sets of other things, as expounded in the Sankhya philosophy. Among the sciences of knowledge and those of action, the sciences of knowledge are said to constitute what is known as Vidya. Of the senses of knowledge and their object, the former constitute Vidya as has been heard by us. Of objects of the senses and the mind, the wise have said that the mind constitute Vidya. Of mind and the 5 subtle essences, the 5 subtle essences constitutes Vidya. Of the 5 subtle essences and consciousness, consciousness constitutes Vidya. Of consciousness and Mahat, O king, is Vidya. Of all the topics or principles beginning with Mahat and Prakriti, it is Prakriti, which is unmanifest and supreme, that is called Vidya. Of Prakriti, and that called Dvi which is supreme, the latter should be known as Vidya. Transcending Prakriti is the 25th, called Purusha, who should be known as Vidya. Of all knowledge, that which is the object of knowledge has been said to be the unmanifest, O king. 1627. Again, knowledge has been said to be unmanifest and the object of knowledge to be that which transcends the 24. Once more, knowledge has been said to be unmanifest, and the knower is that which transcends the 24. I have now told thee what is truly the import of Vidya and Avidya. Listen now to me as I tell thee all that has been said about the indestructible and the destructible. Both Jiva and Prakriti have been said to be indestructible, and both of them have been said to be destructible. I shall tell thee the reason of this correctly as I have understood it. Both Prakriti and Jiva are without beginning and without end or destruction. Both of them are regarded as supreme in the matter of creation. Those that are possessed of knowledge say that both are to be called topics or principles. In consequence of its attributes of repeated creation and destruction, the unmanifest, or Prakriti, is called indestructible. That unmanifest becomes repeatedly modified for the purpose of creating the principle. And because the principles beginning with Mahat are produced by Purusha as well, and because also Purusha and the unmanifest are mutually dependent upon each other, therefore is Purusha also the 25th, called Kshara, and hence Akshara or indestructible. 1628. When the yogin withdraws and merges all the principles into the unmanifest soul, or Brahma, then the 25th, viz. Jiva or Purusha, also, with all those principles disappears into it. When the principles become merged each into its progenitor, then the one that remains is Prakriti. When Kshajnitu, 1629, O son, becomes merged into his own producing cause, then all that remains is Brahma, and, therefore, Prakriti with all the principles in it becomes Kshara, or meets with destruction, and attains also to the condition of being without attributes in consequence of her dissociation from all the principles. Thus it is that Kshajna, when his knowledge of Kshara disappears, becomes, by his nature, destitute of attributes, as it has been heard by us. When he becomes Kshara, he then assumes attributes. When, however, he attains to his own real nature, he then succeeds in understanding his own condition of being really destitute of attributes. By casting off Prakriti and beginning to realize that he is different from her, the intelligent Kshajna then comes to be regarded as pure and stainless. When Jiva ceases to exist in a state of union with Prakriti, then does he become identifiable with Brahma. When, however, he exists united with Prakriti, he then, O king, seems to be different from Brahma. Indeed, when Jiva shows no affection for Prakriti and her principles, he then succeeds in beholding the Supreme, and having once beheld him, wishes not to fall away from that felicity. When the knowledge of truth dawns upon him, Jiva begins to lament in this strain, Alas, How foolishly have I acted by falling through ignorance into this frame composed of Prakriti like a fish entangled in a net. Alas, through ignorance, I have migrated from body to body like a fish from water to water, thinking that water is the element in which alone it can live. Indeed, like a fish that does not know anything else than water to be its element, I also have never known anything else than children and spouses to be my own. Fie on me that through ignorance, I have been repeatedly migrating from body to body in forgetfulness of the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Soul alone is my friend. I have capacity for friendship with him. Whatever be my nature and whoever I may be, I am competent to be like him and to attain an identity with him. I see my similarity with him. I am indeed like him. He is stainless. It is evident that I am of the same nature. Through ignorance and stupefaction, I have become associated with inanimate Prakriti. Though really without attachments, I have passed this long time in a state of attachment with Prakriti. Alas, by her as I so long subdued without having been able to know it. Various are the forms, high, middling, and low, that Prakriti assume. Oh, how shall I dwell in those forms? 1630. How shall I live conjointively with her? In consequence only of my ignorance I repair to her companionship. I shall now be fixed in Sankhya or Yoga. I shall not longer keep her companionship. For having passed so long a time with her, I should think that I was so long deceived by her, for myself being really exempt from modification. How could I keep company with one that is subject to modification? She cannot be held to be responsible for this. The responsibility is mine, since turning away from the Supreme Soul I become of my own accord attached to her. In consequence of that attachment, myself, though formless in reality, had to abide in multifarious forms. Indeed, though formless by nature, I become endued with forms in consequence of my sense of mum, and thereby insulted and distressed. In consequence of my sense of mum, concerning the result of Prakriti, I am forced to take birth in diverse orders of being. Alas, though really destitute of any sense of mum, yet in consequence of affecting it, what diverse acts of an evil nature have been committed by me in those orders which I took birth while I remained in them with a soul that had lost all knowledge. I have no longer anything to do with him who, with essence made up of consciousness, divides herself into many fragments and who seeks to unite me with them. It is only now that I have been awakened and have understood that I am by nature without any sense of mum and without that consciousness which creates the forms of Prakriti that invests me all around. Casting off that sense of mum which I always have with respect to her and whose essence is made up of consciousness, and casting off Prakriti herself, I shall take refuge in him who is auspicious. I shall be united with him, and not with Prakriti which is inanimate. If I unite with him, it will be productive of my benefit. I have no similarity of nature with Prakriti. The 25th, viz., Jiva, when he thus succeeds in understanding the Supreme, becomes able to cast off the destructible and attain to identity with that which is indestructible and which is the essence of all that is auspicious. Destitute of attributes in his true nature and in reality unmanifest, Jiva becomes invested with what is manifest and assumes attributes. When he succeeds in beholding that which is without attributes and which is the origin of the unmanifest, he attains, O ruler of Mithila, to identify the same. I have now told thee what the indications are of what is indestructible and what is destructible, according to the best of my knowledge and according to what has been expounded in the scriptures. I shall now tell thee, according to what I have heard, as to how knowledge that is subtle, stainless, and certain arises. Do thou listen to me. I have already discoursed to thee what the Sankhya and the Yoga systems are according to their respective indications as expounded in their respective scriptures. Verily, The science that has been expounded in Sankhya treatises is identical with what has been laid down in the Yoga scriptures. The knowledge, O monarch, which the Sankhya preach, is capable of awakening everyone. In the Sankhya scriptures, that knowledge has been inculcated very clearly for the benefit of disciples. The learned say that this Sankhya system is very extensive. Yogin have great regard for that system as also for the Vedas. In the Sankhya system no topic or principle transcending the 25th is admitted. That which the Sankhyas regard as their highest topic of principles has been duly described by me. In the Yoga philosophy, it is said that Brahma, which is the essence of knowledge without duality, becomes Jiva only when invested with ignorance. In the Yoga scriptures, therefore, both Brahma and Jiva are spoken of. Section 6. Vasishtha said, "Listen now to me as I discourse to thee on Buddha's Supreme Soul, and Buddha, Jiva, which is the dispensation of attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Dhammas. Assuming many forms, under the influence of illusion, the Supreme Soul, becoming Jiva, regards all those forms as real." 1631. In consequence of his regarding himself identical with such transformations, Jiva fails to understand the Supreme Soul, for he bears the attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Dhammas, and creates and withdraws into himself what he creates. Ceaselessly for his sport, O monarch, does Jiva undergo modifications, and because he is capable of understanding the action of the unmanifest, therefore is he called Buddhayamana, the comprehender. 1632. The unmanifest or Prakriti can at no time comprehend Brahma, which is really without attributes even when it manifests itself with attributes. Hence is Prakriti called unintelligent. There is a declaration of the Srutis to the effect that if ever Prakriti does succeed in knowing the 25th, that is, Jiva, Prakriti then, instead of being something differentiated from Jiva, becomes identified with Jiva who is united with her. As regards, however, the Supreme Soul, which is ever disunited and dissociated, and which transcends the 25th Prakriti, can never comprehend it. In consequence of this, viz., his attachment to or union with Prakriti, Jiva or Purusha, who is not manifest and which in his real nature is not subject to modifications, comes to be called as the unawakened or ignorant. Indeed, because the 25th can comprehend the unmanifest, he is therefore called Buddhayamana, or comprehender. He cannot, however, readily comprehend the 26th, which is stainless, which is knowledge without duality, which is immeasurable, and which is eternal. The 26th, however, can know both Jiva and Prakriti, numbering the 25th and the 24th respectively. O thou of great effulgence, only men of wisdom succeed in knowing that Brahma which is unmanifest, which inheres in its real nature to all that is seen and unseen, and which, O son, is the one independent essence in the universe. 1633. When Jiva considers himself different from what he truly is, that is when he regards himself as fat or lean, fair or dark, a Brahmin or a Sudra, it is only then that he fails to know the Supreme Soul and himself and Prakriti with which he is united. When Jiva succeeds in understanding Prakriti, and knowing that she is something different from him, then he is said to be restored to his true nature, and then does he attain to that high understanding which is pure and stainless and which is concerned with Brahma. When Jiva succeeds, O tiger among kings, in attaining to that excellent understanding, he then attains to that pure knowledge, without duality, which is called the 26th or Brahma. He then casts off the unmanifest or Prakriti, which is fraught with the attributes of creation and destruction. When Jiva succeeds in knowing Prakriti, which is unintelligent and subject to the action of the three attributes of Sattva, and Rajas and Dhammas, he then becomes destitute of attributes himself. In consequence of his thus understanding the unmanifest to be something different from him, he succeeds in acquiring the nature of the Supreme Soul. The learned say that when he is freed from the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas and united in the nature with the Supreme Soul, then does jiva become identified with that soul. The Supreme Soul is called tattva as well as not tattva, and transcends decay and destruction. 1634. O giver of honours, the soul, though it has the manifest principles, viz. the body, for its resting place, yet it cannot be said to have acquired the nature of those principles. The wise say that including the jiva soul there are 25 principles in all. Indeed, O son, the soul is not to be regarded as possessed of any of the principles, Mahat and the rest. Endues with intelligence, it transcends the principles. It casts off quickly even that principle which is the indication of the knowing or awakened one. 1635. When jiva comes to regard himself as the 26th which is divested of decay and destruction, it is then that, without doubt, he succeeds by his own force in attaining to similarity with the 26th. Though awakened by the 26th which is pure intelligence, jiva still becomes subject to ignorance. This is the cause of jiva, multifariousness, in respect of forms, as explained in the Shrutis and the Sankhya scriptures. When jiva, who is endued with jnana and unintelligent prakriti, loses all consciousness of a distinct or individual self, then does he, losing his multifariousness, resumes his oneness. O ruler of Mitla, when jiva, who is found to be in union with happiness and misery and who is seldom free from the consciousness of self, succeeds in attaining to a similarity with the Supreme Soul which is beyond the reach of the understanding, then does he becomes freed from virtue and vice. Indeed, when jiva, attaining to the 26th which is unborn and puissant and which is dissociated from all attachments, succeeds in comprehending it thoroughly, he himself becomes possessed of puissance and entirely casts off the unmanifest or prakriti. In consequence of understanding the 26th, the 24 principles seems to jiva to be insubstantial or of no value. I have thus told thee, O sinless one, according to the indication of the Shrutis, the nature of the unintelligent or prakriti, and of jiva, so also of that which is pure knowledge, viz. the Supreme Soul, agreeable to the truth. Guided by the scriptures, variety and oneness are thus to be understood. The difference between the gnat and the Udamvara, or that between the fish and water, illustrates the difference between the jiva soul and the Supreme Soul. 1636. The multiplicity and oneness of these two are then understood in this way. This is called emancipation, viz. this comprehension or knowledge of oneself as something distinct from unintelligent or unmanifest prakriti. The 25th, which resides in the bodies of living creatures, should be emancipated by making him know the unmanifest or the Supreme Soul which transcends the understanding. Indeed, that 25th is capable of attaining to emancipation in this way only and not through any other means, it is certain. Though really different from the kshetra in which he resides for the time being, he partakes of the nature of that kshetra in consequence of his union with it. 1637. Uniting with what is pure, he becomes pure. Uniting with the intelligent, he becomes intelligent. By uniting, O foremost of men, with one that is emancipate, he becomes emancipated. By uniting with one that has been freed from attachments of every kind, he becomes freed from all attachments. By uniting with one striving after emancipation, he himself, partaking of the nature of his companion, strives after emancipation. By uniting with one of pure deeds he becomes pure and of pure deeds and endues with blazing effulgence. By uniting with one of unstained soul, he becomes of unstained soul himself. By uniting with the one independent soul, he becomes one and independent. Uniting with one that is dependent on one's own self, he becomes of the same nature and attains to independence. O monarch, I have duly told thee all this that is perfectly true. Candidly have I discoursed to thee on this subject, viz., the eternal and stainless and primeval Brahma. Thou mayst impart this high knowledge, capable of awakening the soul, unto that person, O king, who though not conversant with the Vedas is nevertheless humble and has a keen desire for acquiring the knowledge of Brahma. It should never be imparted unto one that is wedded to falsehood, or one that is cunning or roguish, or one that is without any strength of mind, or one that is of crooked understanding, or one that is jealous of men of knowledge, or one that gives pain to others. Listen to me as I say who they are unto whom this knowledge may safely be communicated. It should be given to one that is endued with faith, or one that is possessed of merit, or one that always abstains from speaking ill of others, or one that is devoted to penances from the purest of motives, or one that is endued with knowledge and wisdom, or one that is conversant of the sacrifices and other rites laid down in the Vedas, or one that is possessed of a forgiving disposition, or one that is inclined to take compassion on and do good to all creatures, or one that is fond of dwelling in privacy and solitude, or one that is fond of discharging all acts laid down in the scriptures, or one that is averse to quarrels and disputes, or one that is possessed of great learning, or one endued with wisdom, or one possessed of forgiveness and self-restraint and tranquility of soul. This high knowledge of Brahma should never be communicated to one that is not possessed of such qualifications. It has been said that by imparting this knowledge to one that cannot be regarded as fit receptacle for holding it, no advantage or good fruit can arise. And to one that is not observant of any vows and restraints, this high knowledge should never be communicated, even if he gives in exchange the whole earth full of gems and wealth of every kind. Without doubt, however, O king, this knowledge should be given to one that has conquered one's senses. O Kerala, let no fear be thine any longer, since thou hast heard all this regarding high Brahma from me today. I have discoursed to thee duly about high and holy Brahma that is without beginning and middle and end, and that is capable of dispelling all kinds of grief. Beholding Brahma, whose sight is capable of dispelling both birth and death, O king, which is full of auspiciousness, which removes all fear and which benefit, and having acquired this essence of all knowledge, cast off all error and stupefaction today. I had acquired this knowledge from the eternal Hiranyagarbha himself, O king, who communicated it to me for my having carefully gratified that great being of every superior soul. Asked by thee today, I have, O monarch, communicated the knowledge of eternal Brahma to thee just as I had myself acquired it from my teacher. Indeed, this high knowledge that is the refuge of all persons conversant with emancipation has been imparted to thee exactly as I had it from Brahman himself. Bhishma continued, I have thus told thee of the high Brahma agreeably to what the great Rishi, Vasishtha, had said unto King Karala of Janaka's race, by attaining to which the 25th, or Jiva, has never to return. Jiva, in consequence of his not knowing truly the Supreme Soul, which is not subject to decay and death, is obliged to frequently come back into the world. When, however, Jiva succeeds in acquiring that high knowledge, he has no longer to come back. Having heard it, O king, from the celestial Rishi, I have, O son, communicated to thee high knowledge productive of the highest good. This knowledge was obtained from Hiranyagarbha by the high souled Rishi Vasishtha. From that foremost of Rishis, viz., Vasishtha, it was acquired by Narada. From Narada I have acquired that knowledge which is truly identifiable with the eternal Brahma. Having heard this discourse of high import, fraught with excellent words, do not, O foremost of the Kuras, yield any longer to grief. That man who knows Kshara and Akshara becomes freed from fear. He, indeed, O king, is obliged to cherish fear who is destitute of this knowledge. In consequence of ignorance of Brahma, the man of foolish soul hath repeatedly to come back into this world. Indeed, departing from this life, he has to be born in thousands and thousands of orders of being, every one of which hath death in the end. Now in the world of the deities, now among men, and now among intermediate orders of being, he has to appear again and again. If in course of time he succeeds in crossing that ocean of ignorance in which he is sunk, he then succeeds in avoiding rebirth altogether and attaining to identity with the Supreme Soul. The ocean of ignorance is terrible. It is bottomless and called the unmanifest. O Bharata, day after day, creatures are seen to fall and sink in that ocean. Since thou, O king, hast been freed from that eternal and limitless ocean of ignorance, thou hast therefore become freed from rajas and also dharmas. Section CCCX. Bhishma said, once on a time the king of Janaka's race, while ranging the uninhabited forests in pursuit of deer, saw a superior Brahmana or Rishi of Bhrigu's race. Bowing with his head unto the Rishi who was seated at his ease, King Vasuman took his seat near him and obtaining his permission put to him this question, O Holy One, what is productive of the highest benefit, both here and hereafter, to man who is endued with an unstable body and who is the slave of his desires? Properly honored by the king, and thus questioned, that high-souled Rishi possessed of ascetic merit then said these words unto him that were highly beneficial. The Rishi said, if thou desirest both here and hereafter what is agreeable to thy mind, do thou then, with restrained senses, abstain from doing what is disagreeable to all creatures. Righteousness is beneficial unto them that are good. Righteousness is the refuge of those that are good. From righteousness have flowed the three worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures. O thou that art eagerly desirous of enjoying all agreeable objects, how is it that thou art not yet satiated with objects of desire? Thou sayest the honey, O thou of little understanding, but art blind to the fall. 1638. As one desirous of earning the fruits of knowledge should set oneself to the acquisition of knowledge, even so one desirous of earning the fruits of righteousness should set oneself to the acquisition of righteousness. If a wicked man from desire of virtue strives to accomplish an act that is pure and stainless, the fulfillment of his desire becomes impossible. If, on the other hand, a good man, impelled by the desire of earning virtue, strives to accomplish an act that is even difficult, its accomplishment becomes easy for him. If, while residing in the woods, one acts in such a way as to enjoy all the pleasures of a residence amidst man in towns, one comes to be looked upon not as a forest recluse but as a denizen of towns. Similarly, if one, while residing in towns, acts in such a way as to enjoy the felicity that attaches to the life of a forest recluse, one comes to be looked upon not as a denizen of towns but as a forest recluse. Ascertaining the merits of the religion of acts and that of abstention from acts, do thou, with concentrated senses, be devoted to the practices of righteousness that appertain to thought, words, and deed, judging of the propriety of time and place, purified by the observance of vows and other cleansing rites, and solicited by them, do thou, without malice, make large gifts unto them that are good. 1639. Acquiring wealth by righteous means, one should give it away unto those that are deserving. One should make gifts, casting off anger, and having made gifts one should never give way to sorrow nor proclaim those gifts with one's own mouth. The Brahmana who is full of compassion, who is observant of candour, and whose birth is pure, has been regarded as a person deserving of gifts. A person is said to be pure in birth when he is born of mother that has only one husband and that belongs to the same order to which her husband belongs. Indeed, such a Brahmana, conversant with the three Vedas, viz., rich, Yajush, and Saman, possessed of learning, duly observant of the 6 duties, of sacrificing on his own account, officiating at the sacrifices of others, learning, teaching, making gifts, and receiving gifts, has been regarded as deserving of gifts. Righteousness becomes unrighteousness, and unrighteousness becomes righteousness, according to the character of the doer, of time, and of place. 1640. Sin is cast off like the filth on one's body, a little with a little exertion and a greater quantity when the exertion is greater. A person, after purging his bowels, should take ghee, which operates most beneficially on his system, as a healthy tonic. After the same manner, when one has cleansed oneself of all faults and sets oneself to the acquisition of righteousness, that righteousness, in the next world, proves to be productive of the highest happiness. Good and evil thoughts exist in the minds of all creatures. Withdrawing the mind from evil thoughts, it should always be directed towards good thoughts. One should always reverence the practices of one's own order. Do thou strive, therefore, to act in such a way that thou mayst have faith in the practices of thy own order. O thou that art endued with an impatient soul, betake thyself to the practice of patience. O thou that art of a foolish understanding, seek thou to be possessed of intelligence. Destitute of tranquillity, seek thou to be tranquil, and bereft of wisdom as thou art, do thou seek to act wisely. He who moves in the companionship of the righteous succeeds, by his own energy, in acquiring the means of accomplishing what is beneficial for him both in this and the next world. Verily, the root of the benefit, which thus becomes his here and hereafter, is unwavering firmness. The royal sage Mahabharata, through want of this firmness, fell from heaven. Yayati, also, though his merits had become exhausted, in consequence of his boastfulness and thought was hurled down from heaven, succeeded in regaining regions of felicity through his firmness. Thou art sure to attain to great intelligence, as also to what is for thy highest good, by paying court to virtuous and learned persons possessed of ascetic merit. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the sage, King Vasuman, possessed of a good disposition, withdrawing his mind from the pursuits of desire, set it upon the acquisition of righteousness. Section Xi. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to discourse to me on that which is freed from duty and its reverse, which is freed from every doubt, which transcends birth and death, as also virtue and sin, which is auspiciousness, which is eternal fearlessness, which is eternal and indestructible, and immutable, which is always pure, and which is ever free from the toil of exertion. Bhishma said, I shall in this connection recite to thee the old narrative, O Bharata, of the discourse between Yajnavalkya and Janaka. Once on a time the famous King Devrati of Janaka's race, fully conversant with the import of all questions, addressed this question to Yajnavalkya, that foremost of rishis. Janaka said, O regenerate Rishi, how many kinds of senses are there? How many kinds also are there of Prakriti? What is the unmanifest and highest Brahma? What is higher than Brahma? What is birth and what is death? What are the limits of age? It behoveth thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, to discourse on all these topics and to me that am solicitous of obtaining thy grace. I am ignorant while thou art an ocean of knowledge. Hence, I ask thee. Verily, I desire to hear thee discourse on all these subjects. Yajnavalkya said, Hear, O monarch, what I say in an answer to these questions of thine. I shall impart to thee the high knowledge which yogins value, and especially that which is possessed by the Sankhayas. Nothing is known to thee. Still thou askest me. One, however, that is questioned should answer. This is the eternal practice. 8 principles have been called by the name of Prakriti, while 16 have been called modifications. Of manifest, there are 7. These are the views of those persons who are conversant with the science of Adhyatma, the unmanifest, or original Prakriti, Mahat, consciousness, and the 5 subtle elements of earth, wind, space, water, and light. These 8 are known by the name of Prakriti. Listen now to the enumeration of those called modifications. They are the ear, the skin, the tongue, and the nose, and sound, touch, form, taste, and scent, as also speech, the 2 arms, the 2 feet, the lower duct, within the body, and the organs of pleasure. 1641. Amongst these, the 10 beginning with sound, and having their origin in the 5 great principles, 1642, are called Vaishya. The 5 senses of knowledge are called Vaishya, O ruler of Mithila. Persons conversant with the science of Adhyatma regard the mind as the 16th. This is conformable to thy own views as also to those of other learned men well acquainted with the truths about principles. From the unmanifest, O king, springs the Mahat soul. The learned say this to be the first creation relating to Pradhana, or Prakriti. From Mahat, O king of men, is produced consciousness. This has been called the second creation, having the understanding for its essence. 1643. From consciousness hath sprung the mind, which is the essence of sound, and the others that are the attributes of space, and the rest. This is the third creation, said to relate to consciousness. From mind have sprung the great elements, numbering 5, O king. Know that this is the 4th creation, called mental, as I say. Persons conversant with the primal elements say that sound and touch and form and taste and scent are the 5th creation, relating to the great, primal, elements. The creation of the ear, the skin, the tongue, and the scent, forms the 6th and is regarded as having for its essence multiplicity of thought. The senses that come after the ear and the others, that is, the senses of action, then arise, O monarch. This is called 7th creation and relates to the senses of knowledge. Then, O monarch, come the breath that rises upward, viz., prana, and those that have a transverse motion, viz., semen, udana, and vyana. This is the 8th creation and is called Java. 1644. Then come those breaths that course transversely in the lower parts of the body, viz., semana, udana and vyana, and also that called apana coursing downwards. This 9th creation is also called Ajjava, O king. These 9 kinds of creation, and these principles, O monarch, which latter number 4 and 20, are declared to thee according to what has been laid down in the scriptures. After this, O king, listen to me as I tell thee durations of time as indicated by the learned in respect of these principles or attribute. Section Xi. Yajnavalkya said, Listen to me, O foremost of men, as I tell thee what the duration of time is in respect to the unmanifest, or the supreme Purusha. 10,000 kalpas are said to constitute a single day of his. The duration of his night is equal. When his night expires, he awakes, O monarch, and first creates herbs and plants which constitute the sustenance of all embodied creatures. He then creates Brahman, who springs from a golden egg. That Brahman is the form of all created things, as has been heard by us. Having dwelt for 1 whole year within that egg, the great ascetic Brahman, called also Prajapati, Lord of all creatures, came out of it and created the whole earth, and the heaven above. The Lord then, it is read in the Vedas, O king, placed the sky between heaven and earth separated from each other. 7,500 kalpas measure the day of Brahman. persons conversant with the science of Adhyatma say that his night also is of an equal duration. Brahmana, called Mahan, then creates consciousness called Bhuta and endued with excellent essence. 1645. Before creating any physical bodies out of the ingredients called the great elements, Mahan or Brahma, endues with penances, created for others called his sons. They are the sires of the original sires, O best of kings, as heard by us. 1646. It hath been also heard by us, O monarch, that the senses of knowledge, along with the four inner faculties, have sprung from there 5 great elements called Pitras, and that the entire universe of mobile and immobile beings has been filled with those great elements. 1647. The puissant consciousness created the 5 bhutas. These are earth, wind, space, water, and light, numbering the 5th. This consciousness, who is a great being and from whom springs the 3rd creating, has 5,000 kalpas for his night, and his day is of equal duration. Sound, touch, form, taste, and scent, these 5 are called Vaishya. They inhere into the 5 great bhutas. All creatures, O king, incessantly pervaded by these 5, desire one another's companionship, become subservient to one another, and challenging one another, transcend one another, and led by those immutable and seductive principles, creatures kill one another and wander in this world, entering into numerous orders of being. 1648. 3,000 of kalpas represent the duration of their day. The measure of their night also is the same. 1649. The mind roveth over all things, O king, led on by the senses. The senses do not perceive anything. It is the mind that perceives through them. The eye sees forms when aided by the mind, but never by itself. When the mind is distracted, the eye fails to perceive with even the objects fully before it. It is commonly said that the senses perceive. This is not true, for it is the mind that perceives through the senses. When the cessation takes place of the activity of the mind, the cessation of the activity of the senses follows. That is the cessation of the activity of the senses, which is the cessation of the activity of the mind. One should thus regard the senses to be under the domination of the mind. Indeed, the mind is said to be the lord of all the senses. O thou of great fame, these are all the 20 bhutas in the universe. Section XI. Yajnavalkya said, I have, one after another, told thee the order of the creation, with a total number of the various principles, as also the extent of the duration of each. Listen now to me as I tell thee of their destruction. Listen to me how Brahman, who is eternal and undecaying, and who is without beginning and without end, repeatedly creates and destroys all created objects. When his day expires and night comes, he becomes desirous of sleep. At such a time the unmanifest and Holy One urges the being called Maharudra, who is conscious of his great powers, for destroying the world. Urged by the unmanifest, that being assuming the form of Surya of hundreds of thousands of rays, divides himself into a dozen portions, each resembling a blazing fire. He then consumes with his energy, O monarch, without any loss of time, the 4 kinds of created beings, viz., viviparous, oviparous, filth-born, and vegetable. Within the twinkling of the eye, all mobile and immobile creatures being thus destroyed, the earth becomes on every side as bare as a tortoise shell. Having burnt everything on the face of the earth, Rudra, of immeasurable might, then quickly fills the bare earth with water possessed of great force. He then creates the Uga fire, which dries up that water, into which the bare earth has been dissolved. The water disappearing, the great element of fire continues to blaze fiercely. Then comes the mighty wind of immeasurable force, in his 8 forms, who swallows up quickly that blazing fire of transcendent force, possessed of 7 flames, and identifiable with the heat existing every creature. Having swallowed up that fire, the wind courses in every direction, upwards, downwards, and transversely. Then space of immeasurable existence swallowed up that wind of transcendent energy. Then mind cheerfully swallows up that immeasurable space. Then that Lord of all creatures, viz., consciousness, who is the soul of everything, swallows up the mind. Consciousness, in his turn, is swallowed up by the Mahat Soul, who is conversant with the past, the present, and the future. The incomparable Mahat Soul or universe is then swallowed up by Sambhu, that Lord of all things, to whom the yoga attributes of anima, ligama, prapti, etc., naturally inhere, who is regarded as the supreme and pure effulgence that is immutable. His hands and feet extend over every part, his eyes and head and face are everywhere, his ears reach every place, and he exists overwhelming all things. He is the heart of all creatures, his measure is of a digit of the thumb. That infinite and supreme soul, that Lord of all, thus swallows up the universe. After this, what remains is the undecaying and the immutable, one who is without defect of any kind, who is the creator of the past, the present, and the future, and who is perfectly faultless. I have thus, O monarch, duly told thee of destruction. I shall now discourse to thee on the subjects of a Dhyatma, a Deputa, and a Didvata. Section Ksif. Yajnavalkya said, Brahmanas conversant with the topics of inquiry speak of the 2 feet as a Dhyatma, the act of walking as a Deputa, and Vishnu as a Didvatam, of those 2 limbs. The lower duct, anal canal, is a Dhyatma, its function of throwing out the excreta is a Deputa, and Mitra, Surya, is the Didvata of that organ. The organ of generation is called a Dhyatma. Its agreeable function is called a Deputa, and Prajapati is its Didvata. The hands are a Dhyatma, their function as represented by acts is a Deputa, and Indra is the Didvata of those limbs. The organs of speech are a Dhyatma, the words uttered by them are a Deputa, and Agni is their Didvata. The eye is a Dhyatma, vision or form is its Deputa, and Surya is the Didvata of that organ. The ear is a Dhyatma, sound is a Deputa, and the points of the horizon are its Didvata. The tongue is a Dhyatma, taste is its Deputa, and water is its Didvata. The sense of scent is a Dhyatma, odor is its Deputa, and earth is its Didvata. The skin is a Dhyatma, touch is its Deputa, and wind is its Didvata. Mind has been called a Dhyatma, that with which the mind is employed is a Deputa, and Chandramas is its Didvata. Consciousness is a Dhyatma, conviction in one's identity with Prakriti is its Deputa, and Mahat or Buddhi is its Didvata. Buddhi is a Dhyatma, that which is to be understood is its Deputa, and Kshajna is its Didvata. I have thus truly expounded to thee, O King, with its details taken individually, the puissance of the Supreme, in manifesting himself in different forms, in the beginning, the middle, and the end. O thou that art fully conversant with the nature of the original topics or principles. Prakriti, chiefly and of her own accord, as if for sport, O monarch, produces, by undergoing modifications herself, thousands and thousands of combinations of her original transformations called ganas. As men can light thousands of lamps from but a single lamp, after the same manner Prakriti, by modification, multiplies into thousands of existent objects the 3 attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, of purusha, patience, joy, prosperity, satisfaction, brightness of all faculties, happiness, purity, health, contentment, faith, liberality, compassion, forgiveness, firmness, benevolence, equanimity, truth, acquittance of obligations, mildness, modesty, calmness, external purity, simplicity, observance of obligatory practices, dispassionateness, fearlessness of heart, disregard for the appearance or otherwise of good and evil, as also for past acts, appropriation of objects only when obtained by gift, the absence of cupidity, regard for the interests of others, compassion for all creatures, these have been said to be the qualities that attach to the attribute of sattva. The tale of qualities attaching to the attribute of rajas consists of pride of personal beauty, assertion of lordship, war, disinclination to give, absence of compassion, enjoyment and enduring of happiness and misery, pleasure in speaking ill of others, indulgence in quarrels and disputes of every kind, arrogance, discourtesy, anxiety, indulgence in hostilities, sorrow, appropriation of what belongs to others, shamelessness, crookedness, disunions, roughness, lust, wrath, pride, assertion of superiority, malice, and calumny. These are said to spring from the attributes of rajas. I shall now tell thee of that assemblage of qualities which springs from dharmas. They are stupefaction of judgment, obscuration of every faculty, darkness and blind darkness. By darkness is implied death, and by blind darkness is meant wrath. Besides these, the other indications of tamas are greediness in respect of all kinds of food, ceaseless appetite for both food and drink, taking pleasure in scents and robes and sports and beds and seats and sleep during the day, and calumny and all kinds of acts proceeding from heedlessness, taking pleasure from ignorance, of purer sources of joy, in dancing and instrumental and vocal music, and aversion for every kind of religion. These, indeed, are the indications of dharmas. Section CCCXV. Yajnavalkya said, these three, O foremost of men, viz., sattva, rajas, and dharmas, are the attributes of prakriti. These attach to all things of the universe and always inhere to them. The unmanifest Purusha endues with the 6 yoga attributes transforms himself by himself into hundreds and thousands and millions of forms, by embracing these 3 attributes. Those that are conversant with the science of Adhyatma say that unto the attribute of sattva is assigned a high, unto rajas a middling, and unto dharmas a low place in the universe. By the aid of unmixed righteousness, one attains to a high end, viz., that of the deities or other celestial beings. Through righteousness mixed with sin, one attains to the status of humanity, while through unmixed sin one sinks into a vile end, by becoming an animal or a vegetable, etc. Listen now to me, O king, as I speak to thee of the intermixture or compounds of the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and dharmas. Sometimes rajas is seen existing with sattva. Tamas also exists with rajas. With tamas may also be seen sattva. Then also may sattva and rajas and tamas be seen existing together and in equal proportions. They constitute the unmanifest or prakriti. When the unmanifest, Purusha, becomes endued with only sattva, he attains to the regions of the deities. Endues with both sattva and rajas, he takes birth among human beings. Endues with rajas and dharmas, he takes birth among the intermediate order of being. Endued with all 3, viz., sattva and rajas and tamas, he attains to the status of humanity. Those high-souled persons that transcend both righteousness and sin, attain, it is said, to that place which is eternal, immutable, undecaying, and immortal. Men of knowledge attain to births that are very superior, and their place is faultless and undecaying, transcending the ken of the senses, free from ignorance, above birth and death, and full of light that dispels all kinds of darkness. Thou hadst asked me about the nature of the Supreme residing in the unmanifest, viz., Purusha. I shall tell thee. Listen to me, O king. Even when residing in Prakriti, he is said to reside in his own nature without partaking of the nature of Prakriti. 1650. Prakriti, O king, is inanimate and unintelligent. When presided over by Purusha, then only can she create and destroy. Janaka said, both Prakriti and Purusha, O thou of great intelligence, are without beginning and without end. Both of them are without form. Both of them are undecaying. Both of them, again, incomprehensible. How then, O foremost of rishis, can it be said that one of them is inanimate and unintelligent? How, again, is the other said to be animate and intelligent? And why is the latter called Kshatrajna? Thou, O foremost of Brahmanas, art fully conversant with the entire religion of emancipation. I desire to hear in detail of the religion of emancipation in its entirety. Do thou discourse to me then of the existence and oneness of Purusha, of his separateness from Prakriti, of the deities which attach to the body of the place to which embodied creatures repair when they die, and that place to which they may ultimately, in course of time, be able to go. Tell me also of the knowledge described in the Sankhya system, and of the Yoga system separately. It behoveth thee also to speak of the premonitory symptoms of death, O best of men. All these topics are well known to thee even as an emblic, myrobalan in thy hand. Section XV. Yajnavalkya said, that which is without attributes, O son, can never be explained by ascribing attributes to it. Listen, however, to me as I expound to thee what is possessed of attributes and what is devoid of them. Hysalt Munis conversant with the truth regarding all the topics or principles say that when Purusha seizes attributes like a crystal catching the reflection of a red flower, he comes to be called as possessed of attributes, but when freed from attributes like the crystal freed from reflection, he comes to be viewed in his real nature, that is, as beyond all attributes. 1651. Unmanifest Prakriti is by her nature endued with attributes. She cannot transcend them. Destitute of intelligence by nature, she becomes attached to attributes. Unmanifest Prakriti cannot know anything, while Purusha, by his nature, is possessed of knowledge, there is nothing higher than myself, even this is what Purusha is always conscious of. For this reason the unmanifest, or Prakriti, although naturally inanimate and unintelligent, still becomes animate and intelligent in consequence of her union with Purusha, who is eternal and indestructible, instead of remaining in her own nature due to destructibility. 1652. When Purusha, through ignorance, repeatedly becomes associated with attributes, he fails to understand his own real nature, and therefore he fails to attain to emancipation. In consequence of Purusha's lordship over the principles that flow from Prakriti, he is said to partake of the nature of those principles. In consequence also of his agency in the matter of creation, he is said to possess the attribute of creation. In consequence of his agency in the matter of yoga, he is said to possess the attribute of yoga. For his lordship over those particular principles known by the name of Prakriti, he is said to possess the nature of Prakriti. 1653. For his agency in the matter of creating the seeds of all immobile objects, he is said to partake of the nature of those seeds. And because he causes the several principles or attributes to start into life, he is, therefore, said to be subject to decay and destruction, for those principles themselves are subject thereto. In consequence, again, of his being the witness of everything, and in consequence also of there being nothing else than he, as also for his consciousness of identity with Prakriti, yet is crowned with ascetic success, conversant with the Dhyatma, and freed from fever of every kind, regard him as existing by himself without a second, immutable, unmanifest, in the form of cause, unstable, and manifest, in the form of effects. This is what has been heard by us. Those Sankhyas, however, that depend upon knowledge only, for their emancipation, and the practice of compassion for all creatures, say that it is Prakriti which is one but Purushas are many. 1654. As a matter of fact, Purusha is different from Prakriti, which, though unstable, still appears as stable. As a blade of reed is different from its outer cover, even so is Purusha different from Prakriti. Indeed, the worm that is ensconced within the Udamvara should be known as different from the Udamvara. Though existing with the Udamvara, the worm is not to be regarded as forming a portion of the Udamvara. The fish is distinct from the water in which it lives, and the water is distinct from the fish that lives in it. Though the fish and water exist together, yet it is never drenched by water. The fire that is contained in an earthen saucepan is distinct from the earthen saucepan, and the saucepan is distinct from the fire it contains. Although the fire exists in and with the saucepan, yet it is not to be regarded as forming any part of it. The lotus leaf that floats on a piece of water is distinct from the piece of water on which it floats. Its coexistence with water does not make it a portion of the water. The perennial existence of those objects in and with those mentioned is never correctly understood by ordinary people. They who behold Prakriti and Purusha in any other light are said to possess a vision that is incorrect. It is certain that they have repeatedly to sink into terrible hell. I have thus told thee the philosophy of the Sankhya's, that excellent science by which all things have been correctly ascertained. Ascertaining the nature of Purusha and Prakriti in this way, the Sankhyas attain to emancipation. I have also told thee of the systems of those others that are conversant with the great principles of the universe. I shall now discourse to thee on the science of the Yogins. Section XVI. Yajnavalkya said, I have already spoken to thee of the science of the Sankhyas. Listen now to me as I truly discourse on the science of the Yogins as heard and seen by me, O best of kings. There is no knowledge that can compare with that of the Sankhyas. There is no puissance that compares with that of yoga. These two ordain the same practices, and both are regarded as capable of leading to emancipation. Those men that are not blessed with intelligence regard the Sankhya and the yoga systems to be different from each other. We, however, O king, look upon them as one and the same, according to the conclusion to which we have arrived, after study and reflection. That which the Yogins have in view is the very same which the Sankhyas also have in view. He who sees both the Sankhya and the yoga systems to be one and the same is to be regarded as truly conversant with the topics or principles that ordain the universe. Know, O king, that the vital breaths and the senses are the chief means for practicing yoga. By only regulating those breaths and the senses, Yogins wander everywhere at their will. 1655. When the gross body is destroyed, Yogins endued with subtle bodies possessed of the 8 yoga attributes of anima, ligama, prapti, etc., wander over the universe, enjoying, in that body, all kinds of felicities, O sinless one. The wise have, in the scriptures, spoken of yoga as conferring 8 kinds of puissance. They have spoken of yoga as possessed of 8 limbs. 1656. Indeed, O king, they have not spoken of any other kind of yoga. It has been said that the practices of Yogins, excellent as these are, for their results, are of 2 kinds. Those 2 kinds, according to the indications occurring in the scriptures, are practices endued with attributes and those freed from attributes. The concentration of the mind on the 16 objects named, with simultaneous regulation of the breath, O king, is one kind. The concentration of the mind in such a way as to destroy all difference between the contemplator, the object contemplated, and the act of contemplation along with subjugation of the senses, is of another kind. The first kind of yoga is said to be that possessed of attributes. The second kind is said to be that freed from attributes. 1657. Then, again, regulation of the breath is yoga with attributes. In yoga without attributes, The mind, freed from its functions, should be fixed. Only the regulation of the breath, which is said to be endued with attributes, should, in the first instance, be practiced. For, O ruler of Mitla, if the breath that is inhaled and suspended be exhaled without mentally reflecting the while upon a definite image, furnished by a limited mantra, the wind in the neophyte's system will increase to his great injury. 1658. In the first yama of the night, 12 ways of holding the breath are recommended. After sleep, in the last yama of the night, other 12 ways of doing the same have been laid down. Without doubt, one endued with tranquility, of subdued senses, living in retirement, rejoicing in one's own self, and fully conversant with the import of the scriptures, should, regulating one's breath in these 24 ways, fix one's soul on the Supreme Soul. 1659. Dispelling the 5 faults of the 5 senses, viz., withdrawing them from their objects of sound, form, touch, taste, and scent, and dispelling those conditions called pratibha and apavaga. O ruler of the Mitylas, all the senses should be fixed upon the mind. The mind should then be fixed on consciousness, O king. Consciousness should next be fixed on intelligence or buddhi, and buddhi should then be fixed on prakriti. Thus merging these one after another, yogins contemplate the Supreme Soul, which is one, which is freed from rajas, which is stainless, which is immutable and infinite and pure and without defect, who is eternal Purusha, who is unchangeable, who is indivisible, who is without decay and death, who is everlasting, who transcends diminution, and which is immutable Brahma. Listen now, O monarch, to the indications of one that is in yoga. All the indications of cheerful contentment that are his who is slumbering in contentment are seen in the person that is in samadhi. The person in samadhi, the wise say, looks like the fixed and upward flame of a lamp that is full of oil and that burns in a breezeless spot. He is like a rock which is incapable of being moved in the slightest degree by ever a heavy downpour from the clouds. He is incapable of being moved by the din of conches and drums, or by songs or the sound of hundreds of musical instruments beat or blown together. Even this is the indication of one in samadhi. As a man of cool courage and determination, while ascending a flight of steps with a vessel full of oil in his hands, does not spill even a drop of the liquid if frightened and threatened by persons armed with weapons, even so the yogin, when his mind has been concentrated and when he beholds the Supreme Soul in samadhi, does not, in consequence of the entire stoppage of the functions of his senses at such a time, move in the slightest degree. Even these should be known to be the indication of the yogin while he is in samadhi. While in samadhi, the yogin beholds Brahma, which is supreme and immutable, and which is situated like a blazing effulgence in the midst of thick darkness. It is by this means that he attains, after many years, to emancipation after casting off this inanimate body. Even this is what the eternal Suruti declares. This is called the yoga of the yogins. What else is it? Knowing it, they that are endued with wisdom regard themselves as crowned with success. Section XVI. Yajnavalkya said, "Listen now to me, with attention, O king, as to what the places are to which those who die have to go. If the jiva soul escapes through the feet, it is said that the man goes to the region of the Vishnu. If through the calves, it has been heard by us that the man repairs to the regions of the Vasas. If through the knees, he attains to the companionship of those deities that are called Sadayas. If through the lower duct, the man attains to the regions of Mitra. If through the posteriors, the man returns to the earth, and if through the thighs to the region of Prajapati. If through the flanks, the man attains to the regions of the Maruts, and if through the nostrils, to the region of Chandramas. If through arms, the man goes to the region of Indra, and if through the chest, to that of Rudra. If through the neck, the man repairs to the excellent region of that foremost of ascetics known by the name of Nara. If through the mouth, the man attains to the region of the Visward Devas, and if through the ears, to the region of the deities of the several points of the horizon. If through the nose, the man attains to the region of the Windgod, and if through the eyes, to the region of Agni. If through the brows, the man goes to the region of the Aswins, and if through the forehead, to that of Pythrus. If through the crown of the head, the man attains to the region of the puissant Brahman, that foremost of the gods. I have thus told thee, O ruler of Mitla, the several places to which men repair according to the manner in which their jiva souls escape from their bodies. I shall now tell thee the premonitory indication, as laid down by the wise of those who have but 1 year to live. 1. Who having previously seen the fixed star called Drandati, fails to see it, or that other star called Dhruva, 1660, or 1 that sees the full moon or the flame of a burning lamp to be broken towards the south, has but 1 year to live. Those men, O king, who can no longer see images of themselves reflected in the eyes of others, have but 1 year to live. 1. 2. Being endued with lust loses it, or being endued with wisdom loses it, indeed, one whose inward and outward nature is thus changed, has but 6 months more to live. He who disregards the deities, or quarrels with the brahmanas, or 1, 2, being naturally of a dark complexion becomes pale of hue, has but 6 months more to live. 1 who sees the lunar disk to have many holes like a spider's web, or 1 who sees the solar disk to have similar holes, has but once a week more to live. 1, 2. When smelling fragrant scents in place of worship, perceives them to be as offensive as the scent of corpses, has but once a week more to live. The depression of the nose or of the ears, the discolor of the teeth or of the eye, the loss of all consciousness, and the loss also of all animal heat, are symptoms indicating death that very day. If, without any perceptible cause, a stream of tears suddenly flows from one's left eye, and if vapours be seen to issue from one's head, that is a sure indication that the man will die before that day expires. Knowing all these premonitory symptoms, the man of cleansed soul should day and night unite his soul with the Supreme Soul, in Samadhi. Thus should he go on till the day comes for his dissolution. If, however, instead of wishing to die he desires to live in this world, he casts off all enjoyments, all scents and tastes, O king, and lives on in abstinence. He thus conquers death by fixing his soul on the Supreme Soul. Indeed, the man, who is blessed with knowledge of the soul, O monarch, practices the course of life recommended by the Sankhya's and conquers death by uniting his soul with the Supreme Soul. At last, he attains to what is entirely indestructible, which is without birth, which is auspicious, and immutable, and eternal, and stable, and which is incapable of being attained to by men of uncleansed souls. Section 6. Yajnavalkya said, Thou hast tasked me, O monarch, of that supreme Brahma which resides in the unmanifest. Thy question relates to a deep mystery. Listen to me with close attention, O king. Having conducted myself with humility according to the ordinances laid down by the rishis, I obtained the Ajushas, O king, from Surya. Without the ostraced penances I formerly adored the heat-giving deity. The puissant Surya, O sinless one, gratified with me, saying, Solicit thou, O regenerate Rishi, the boon upon which thou hast set thy heart, however difficult it may be of acquisition, I shall, with cheerful soul, grant it to thee. It is very difficult to incline me to grace. Bowing unto him with a bend of my head, that foremost of heat-giving luminaries was addressed by me in these words, I have no knowledge of the Ajushas. I desire to know them without loss of time. The Holy One, thus solicited, told me, I shall impart the Ajushas unto thee. Made up of the essence of speech, the goddess Saraswati will enter into thy body. The deity then commanded me to open my mouth. I did as I was commanded. The goddess Saraswati then entered into my body, O sinless one. At this, I began to burn. Unable to endure the pain, I plunged into a stream. Not understanding that what the High Soul Surya had done for me was for my good, I became even angry with him. While I was burning with the energy of the goddess, the Holy Surya told me, "Do thou endure this burning sensation for only a little while. That will soon cease and thou wilt be cool." Indeed, I became cool. Seeing me restored to ease, the Maker of Light said unto me, "The whole Vedas, with even those parts that are regarded as its appendix, together with the Upanishads, will appear in thee by inward light, O regenerate one. The entire Satapithas also thou wilt head it, O foremost of regenerate ones. After that, thy understanding wilt into the path of emancipation. Thou wilt also attain to that end which is desirable and which is coveted by both Sankhya's and Yogins." Having said these words unto me, the divine Surya proceeded to the Asta hills. Hearing his last words, and after he had departed from the spot where I was, I came home in joy and then remembered the goddess Saraswati. Thought of by me, the auspicious Saraswati appeared instantly before my eyes, adorned with all the vowels and the consonants, and having placed the syllable Om in the van, I then, according to the ordinance, offered unto the goddess the usual argaya, and dedicated another to Surya, that foremost of all heat-giving deities. Discharging this duty, I took my seat, devoted to both those deities. Thereupon, the entire Satapatha Brahmanas, with all their mysteries and with all their abstracts as also their appendices, appeared of themselves before my mental vision, at which I became filled with great joy. 1661. I then taught them to 100 good disciples, and thereby did what was disagreeable to my high-souled maternal uncle, Vaisampayana, with the disciples gathered round him. 1662. Then shining in the midst of my disciples like the sun himself with his rays, I took the management of the sacrifice of thy high-souled sire, O king. In that sacrifice a dispute arose between me and my maternal uncle as to who should be permitted to appropriate the dakshina that was paid for the recitation of the Vedas. In the very presence of Devala, I took half of that dakshina, the other half going to my maternal uncle. Thy sire and Sumantra and Pala and Jaimini and other articles all acquiesced in that arrangement. 1663. I had thus got from Surya the 5 times 10 Yajushas, O monarch. I then studied the Puranas with Ramaharshan, keeping before me those original mantras and the goddess Saraswati. I then, O king, aided by the inspiration of Surya, set myself to compile the excellent Satapatha Brahmanas, and succeeded in achieving the task never before undertaken by anyone else. That path which I had desired to take has been taken by me, and I have also taught it to my disciples. Indeed, the whole of those Vedas with their abstracts have been imparted by me to those disciples of mine. Pure in mind and body, all those disciples have, in consequence of my instructions, become filled with joy. Having established, for the use of others, this knowledge consisting of 50 branches which I had obtained from Surya, I now meditate on the great object of that knowledge, viz., Brahma. The Gandharva Viswavasu, well conversant with the Vedanta scriptures, desirous, O king, of ascertaining what is beneficial for the Brahmanas in this knowledge and what truth occurs in it, and what is the excellent object of this knowledge, one questioned me. He put to me altogether 24 questions, O king, relating to the Vedas. Finally, he asked me a question, numbered 25th, which relates to that branch of knowledge which is concerned with the inferences of ratiocination. Those questions are as follows: what is universe and what is not universe? What is Aswa and what is Wa? What is Mitra? What is Varuna? What is knowledge? What is object of knowledge? What is unintelligent? What is intelligent? Who is Ka? Who is possessed of the principle of change? Who is not possessed of the same? What is he that devours the sun and what is the sun? What is Vidya and what is Avidya? What is immobile and what mobile? What is without beginning, what is indestructible, and what is destructible? These were the excellent questions put to me by that foremost of Gandharvas. After King Viswavasu, that foremost of Gandharvas, had asked me these questions one after another, I answered them properly. At first, however, I told him, wait for a brief space of time, till I reflect on thy questions. So be it, Gandharva said, and sat in silence. I then thought once again of the goddess Saraswati in my mind. The replies then to those questions naturally arose in my mind like butter from curds. Keeping in view the high science of inferential ratiocination, I churned with my mind, O monarch, the Upanishads and the supplementary scriptures relating to the Vedas. The fourth science then that treats of emancipation, O foremost of kings, and on which I have already discoursed to thee, and which is based upon the 25th, viz., Jiva, I then expounded to him. 1664. Having said all this, O monarch, to King Viswavasu, I then addressed him, saying, Listen now to the answers that I give and to the several questions that thou hast put to me. I now turn to the question, which, O Gandharva, thou askest, viz., what is universe and what is not universe? The universe is unmanifest and original Prakriti endued with the principles of birth and death which are terrible to those that are desirous of emancipation. It is, besides, possessed of the three attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, in consequence of its producing principles, all of which are fraught with those attributes. 1665. That which is not universe is Purusha divested of all attributes. By Aswa and Aswa are meant the female and the male, that is, the former is Prakriti and the latter is Purusha. Similarly, Mitra is Purusha and Varuna is Prakriti. 1666. Knowledge, again, is said to be Prakriti, while the object to be known is called Purusha. The ignorant, Jiva, and the knowing or intelligent are both Purusha without attributes, for it is Purusha that becomes Jiva when invested with ignorance. Thou hast asked, what is Ka, who is endued with change and who is unendued therewith? I answer, Ka is Purusha. 1667. That which is endued with change has Prakriti. He that is not endued therewith is Purusha. Similarly, that which is called Avidya, the unknowable, is Prakriti, and that which is called Vidya is Purusha. Thou hast asked me about the mobile and the immobile. Listen to what my answer is. That which is mobile is Prakriti, which undergoing modification, constitutes the cause of creation and destruction. The immobile is Purusha, for without himself undergoing modifications he assists at creation and destruction. According to a different system of philosophy, that which is Vedya is Prakriti, while that which is of Adya is Purusha. Both Prakriti and Purusha are said to be unintelligent, stable, indestructible, unborn, and eternal, according to the conclusions arrived at by philosophers conversant with the topics included in the name of Adhyatma. In consequence of the indestructibility of Prakriti in the matter of creation, Prakriti, which is unborn, is regarded as not subject to decay or destruction. Purusha, again, is indestructible and unchangeable, for change it has none. The attributes that reside in Prakriti are destructible, but not Prakriti herself. The learned, therefore, call Prakriti indestructible. Prakriti also, by undergoing modifications, operates as the cause of creation. The created results appear and disappear, but not original Prakriti. Hence also is Prakriti called indestructible. Thus have I told thee conclusions of the fourth science based on the principles of ratiocinative inference and having emancipation for its end. Having acquired by the science of ratiocinative inference and by waiting upon preceptors, the rich, the Samans, and the Yajushas, all the obligatory practices should be observed and all the Vedas studied with reverence, O Viswavasu, O foremost of Gandharvas, they who study the Vedas with all their branches but who do not know the Supreme Soul from which all things take their birth and into which all things merge when destruction comes, and which is the one object whose knowledge the Vedas seek to inculcate. Indeed, they, who have no acquaintance with that which the Vedas seek to establish, study the Vedas to no purpose and bear their burthen of such study in vain. If a person desirous of butter churns the milk of the Shias, without finding what he seeks, he simply meets with a substance that is as foul of smell as odor. After the same manner, if one, having studied the Vedas, fails to comprehend what is Prakriti and what is Purusha, one only proves one's own foolishness of understanding and bears a useless burthen, in the form of Vedic law. 1668. One should, with devoted attention, reflect on both Prakriti and Purusha, so that one may avoid repeated birth and death. Reflection upon the fact of one's repeated births and deaths and avoiding the religion of acts that is productive at best of destructible results. One should betake oneself to the indestructible religion of yoga. O Kasyapa, if one reflects continuously on the nature of the Jiva soul and its connection with the Supreme Soul, one then succeeds in divesting oneself of all attributes and in beholding the Supreme Soul. The eternal and unmanifest Supreme Soul is regarded by men of foolish understandings to be different from the 25th or Jiva soul. They are endued with wisdom that behold both these as truly one and the same. Frightened at repeated births and deaths, the Sankhya's and Yogins regard the Jiva soul and the Supreme Soul to be one and the same. Viswavasa then said, Thou hast, O foremost of Brahmanas, said that Jiva soul is indestructible and truly undistinguished from the Supreme Soul. This, however, is difficult to understand. It behoveth thee to once more discourse on this topic to me. I have heard discourses on this subject from Jayashavya, A. Aita, Devala, the regenerate sage Parasara, the intelligent Vashaganya, Bhrigu, Panchasikakapla, Sukha, Gautama, Ashtisna, the Hysald Gaga, Narada, Ajuri, the intelligent Paulasya, Sanat Kumara, the Hysald Sugra, and my sire Kasyapa. Subsequently I heard the discourses of Rudra and the intelligent Viswarupa, of several of the deities, of the Baitras and the Daityas. I have acquired all that they say, for they generally discourse that eternal object of all knowledge. I desire, however, to hear what thou mayst say on those topics with the aid of thy intelligence. Thou art the foremost of all persons, and a learned lecturer on the scriptures, and endued with great intelligence. There is nothing that is unknown to thee. Thou art a notion of the Shrutis, as described, O Brahmana, in the world of both the deities and Pitras. The great Rishis residing in the region of Brahma say that Aditya himself, the eternal Lord of all luminaries, is thy preceptor, in the matter of this branch of knowledge. O Yajnavalkya, thou hast obtained the entire science, O Brahmana, of the Sankhyas, as also the scriptures of the Yogins in particular. Without doubt, thou art enlightened, fully conversant with the mobile-immobile universe. I desire to hear thee discourse on that knowledge, which may be likened to clarified butter endued with solid grains. Yajnavalkya said, Thou art, O foremost of Gandharvas, competent to comprehend every knowledge. As, however, thou askest me, do thou hear me then discourse to thee according as I myself have obtained it from my preceptor. Prakriti, which is unintelligent, is apprehended by Jiva. Jiva, however, cannot be apprehended by Prakriti, O Gandharva. In consequence of Jiva being reflected in Prakriti, the latter is called Pradhana by Sankhya's and Yojins conversant with the original principles as indicated in the Srutis. O sinless one, the other, beholding, beholds the 24th Prakriti, and the 25th soul, not beholding, it beholds the 26th. 1669, the 25th thinks that there is nothing higher than itself. In reality, however, though beholding, it does not behold that, viz., the 26th, which beholds it. 1670. Men possessed of wisdom should never accept the 24th, viz., Prakriti, which is unintelligent or inert, as identifiable with the 25th or the soul which has a real and independent existence. The fish live in water. It goes thither impelled by its own nature. As the fish, though living in the water, is to be regarded as separate from it, after the same manner is the 25th to be apprehended, that is, through the 25th exists in a state of contact with the 24th or Prakriti. It is, however, in its real nature, separate from and independent of Prakriti. When overwhelmed with a consciousness of Mamo self, and when unable to understand its identity with the 26th, in fact, in consequence of the illusion that invests it, of its coexistence with Prakriti, and of its own manner of thinking, the Jiva soul always skins down, that when freed from such consciousness it goes upwards. When the Jiva soul succeeds in apprehending that it is one, and Prakriti with which it resides has another, then only does it, O regenerate one, succeed in beholding the Supreme Soul and attaining to the condition of oneness with the universe. The Supreme is one, O King, and the 25th, or Jiva soul, is another. In consequence, however, of the Supreme overlying the Jiva soul, the wise regard both to be one and the same. 1671. For these reasons, Yogins, and followers of the Sankhya system of philosophy, terrified by the birth and death, blessed with sight of the 26th, pure in body and mind, and devoted to the Supreme Soul, do not welcome the Jiva soul as indestructible. 1672. When one beholds the Supreme Soul and losing all consciousness of individuality becomes identified with the Supreme, one then becomes omniscient, and possessed of such omniscience one becomes freed from the obligation of rebirth. I have thus discoursed to thee truly, sinless one, about Prakriti which is unintelligent, and Jiva soul which is possessed of intelligence, and the Supreme Soul which is endued with omniscience, according to the indications occurring in the Srutis. That man, who beholds not any difference between the knower or the known, is both Kevala and not Kevala, is the original cause of the universe, is both Jiva soul and the Supreme Soul. 1673. Viswavasu said, O puissant one, thou hast duly and adequately discoursed on that which is the origin of all the deities and which is productive of emancipation. Thou hast said what is true and excellent. May inexhaustible blessings always attend thee, and may thy mind be ever united with intelligence. Yajnavalkya continued, having said those words, the prince of Gandharvas proceeded towards heaven, shining in resplendence of beauty. Before leaving me, the high-souled one duly honored me by taking the accustomed thins round my person, and I looked upon him, highly pleased. He inculcated the science he had obtained from me unto those celestials that dwell in the regions of Brahman and other deities, and to those that dwell on earth, and to also the denizens of the nether regions, and unto them that had adopted the path of emancipation, O King. The Sankhyas are devoted to the practices of their system. The Yogins are devoted to the practices inculcated by their system. Others there are that are desirous of achieving their emancipation. And to these latter this science is productive of visible fruits, O lion among kings. Emancipation flows from knowledge. Without knowledge it can never be attained. The wise have said it, O monarch. Hence, one should strive one's best for acquiring true knowledge in all its details, by which one may succeed in freeing oneself from birth and death. Obtaining knowledge from a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or Vaisya or even a Sudra who is of low birth, one endued with faith should always show reverence for such knowledge. Birth and death cannot assail one that is endued with faith. All orders of men are Brahmanas. All are sprung from Brahma. All men are to Brahma. 1674. Aided by an understanding that is derived from and directed to Brahma, I inculcated this science treating of Prakriti and Purusha. Indeed, this whole universe is Brahma. From the mouth of Brahma sprung the Brahmanas, from his arms sprung the Kshatriyas, from his navel the Vaisya, and from his feet the Sudras. All the orders, having sprung in this way, should not be regarded as pilfering from one another. Impelled by ignorance, all men meet with death and attain, O king, to birth that is the cause of acts. 1675. Divested of knowledge, all orders of men, dragged by terrible ignorance, fall into varied orders of being due to the principles that flow from Prakriti. For this reason, all should, by every means, seek to acquire knowledge. I have told thee that every person is entitled to strive for its acquisition. One that is possessed of knowledge is a Brahmana. Others, viz., Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras, are possessed of knowledge. Hence, this science of emancipation is always open to them all. This, O king, has been said by the wise. The questions thou hadst tasked me have all been answered by me agreeably to the truth. Do thou, therefore, cast off all grief. Go thou to the other end of this inquiry. Thy questions were good. Blessings on thy head forever. Bhishma continued, thus instructed by the intelligent Yajnavalkya, the king of Mithila became filled with joy. The king honoured that foremost of ascetics by walking round his person. Dismissed by the monarch, he departed from his court. King Devrati, having obtained the knowledge of the religion of emancipation, shook his seat, and touching 1,000,000 of kine and a quantity of gold and a measure of gems and jewels, gave them away unto a number of Brahmanas. Installing his son in the sovereignty of the Vedas, the old king began to live, adopting the practices of the Yatis. Thinking mainly of all ordinary duties and their derelictions, as laid down in the scriptures, the king began to study the science of the Sankhya's and the Yojans in their entirety. Regarding himself to be infinite, he began to reflect on only the eternal and independent one. He cast off all ordinary duties and their derelictions, virtue and vice, truth and falsehood, birth and death, and all other things appertaining to the principles produced by Prakriti. Both Sankhyas and Yojans, agreeably to the teachings of their sciences, regard this universe to be due to the action of the manifest and the unmanifest. The learned say that Brahma is freed from good and evil, is self-dependent, the highest of the high, eternal, and pure. Do thou, therefore, O monarch, become pure. The giver, the receiver of the gift itself, and that which is ordered to be given away, are all to be deemed as the unmanifest soul. The soul is the soul's one possession. Who, therefore, can be a stranger to one? Do thou think always in this way. Never think otherwise. He who does not know what is Prakriti possessed of attributes and what is Purusha transcending attributes, only he, not possessed as he is of knowledge, repairs to sacred waters and performs sacrifices. Not by study of the Vedas, not by penances, not by sacrifices, O son of Kuru, can one attain to the status of Brahma. Only when one succeeds in apprehending the supreme or unmanifest, one comes to be regarded with reverence. They who wait upon Mahat attain to regions of Mahat. They who wait upon consciousness attain to the spot that belongs to consciousness. They who wait upon what is higher attain to places that are higher than these. Those persons, learned in the scriptures, who succeed in apprehending eternal Brahma, who is higher than unmanifest Prakriti, succeed in obtaining that which transcends birth and death, which is free from attributes, and which is both existent and non-existent. I got all this knowledge from Janaka. The latter has obtained it from Yajnavalkya. Knowledge is very superior. Sacrifices cannot compare with it. With the aid of knowledge one succeeds in crossing the world's ocean, which is full of difficulties and dangers. One can never cross that ocean by means of sacrifices. Birth and death, and other impediments, O king, men of knowledge say, one cannot pass over by ordinary exertion. 1676. Men attain to heaven through sacrifices, penances, vows, and observances. But they have again to fall down therefrom on the earth. Do thou, therefore, adore with reverence that which is supreme, most pure, blessed, stainless, and sacred, and which transcends all states, being emancipation itself. By apprehending Kshra, O king, and by performing the sacrifice that consists in the acquisition of knowledge, thou wilt really be wise. In former time, Yajnavalkya did that good to King Janaka which is derivable from a study of the Upanishads. The eternal and immutable supreme was the topic about which the great Rishi had discoursed to the king of Mithila. It enabled him to attain to that Brahma which is auspicious and immortal, and which transcends all kinds of sorrow. Section CCCXX. Yudhishthira said, having acquired great power and great wealth, and having obtained a long period of life, how may one succeed in avoiding death? By which of these means, viz., penances, or the accomplishment of the diverse acts, laid down in the Vedas, or by knowledge of the Srutis, or the application of medicines, can one succeed in avoiding decrepitude and death? Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of Panchasika, who was a bhikshu in his practices, and Janaka. Once on a time Janaka, the ruler of the Vedas, questioned the great Rishi Panchasika, who was the foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas and who had all his doubts removed in respect of the purpose and import of all duties. The king said, by what conduct, O Holy One, may one transcend decrepitude and death? Is it by penances, or by the understanding, or by religious acts, like sacrifices and vows, or by study and knowledge of the scriptures? Question mark. Thus addressed by the ruler of the Vedas, the learned Panchasika, conversant with all invisible things, answered, saying, there is no prevention of these two, viz., decrepitude and death, nor is it truth that they cannot be prevented under any circumstances. Neither days, nor nights, nor months cease to go on. Only that man who, though transitory, betakes himself to the eternal path of the religion of purity or abstention from all acts, succeeds in avoiding birth and death. Destruction overtakes all creatures. All creatures seem to be ceaselessly borne along the infinite current of time. Those that are borne along the infinite current of time, which is without a raft to rescue, and which is infested by those two mighty alligators, viz., decrepitude and death, sink down without anybody coming to their assistance. As one is swept along that current, one fails to find any friend for help, and one fails to be inspired with interest for anyone else. One meets with spouses and other friends only on one's road. One had never before enjoyed this kind of companionship with anyone for any length of time. Creatures, as they are borne along the current of time, become repeatedly attracted towards one another like masses of clouds moved by the wind meeting one another with loud sound. Decrepitude and death are devourers of all creatures, like wolves. Indeed, they devour the strong and the weak, the short and the tall. Among creatures, therefore, which are also transitory, only the soul exists eternally. Why should he, then, rejoice when creatures are born, and why should he grieve when they die? Whence have I come? Who am I? Whither shall I go? Whose am I? Before what do I rest? What shall I be? For what reason then dost thou grieve? For what? Who else then thou wilt behold heaven or hell, for what thou dost? Hence, without throwing aside the scriptures, one should make gifts and perform sacrifices. Section XC. Yiddish theory said, without abandoning the domestic mode of life, O royal sage of Kuru's race, whoever attained to emancipation, which is the annihilation of the understanding and the other faculties, do tell me this. How may the gross and the subtle form be cast off? Do thou also, O grandsire, tell me what the supreme excellence of emancipation is. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Janaka and Sulabha, O Bharata. In days of yore there was a king of Mithila, of the name of Dharmadaya, of Janaka's race. He was devoted to the practices of the religion of renunciation. He was well conversant with the Vedas, with the scriptures on emancipation, and with the scriptures bearing on his own duty as a king. Subjugating his senses, he ruled his earth. Hearing of his good behavior in the world, many men of wisdom, well conversant with wisdom, O foremost of men, desired to imitate him. In the same Satyayuga, a woman of the name of Sulabha, belonging to the mendicant order, practiced the duties of yoga and wandered over the whole earth. In course of her wanderings over the earth, Sulabha heard from many dandis of different places that the ruler of Mithila was devoted to the religion of emancipation. Hearing this report about King Janaka and desirous of ascertaining whether it was true or not, Sulabha became desirous of having a personal interview with Janaka. Abandoning, by her yoga powers, her former form and features, Sulabha assumed the most faultless features and unrivaled beauty. In the twinkling of an eye and with the speed of the quickest shaft, the fair-browed lady of eyes like lotus petals repaired to the capital of the Vedas. Arrived at the chief city of Mithila teeming with a large population, she adopted the guise of a mendicant and presented herself before the king. The monarch, beholding her delicate form, became filled with wonder.